Welcome to today's session of Viewer Levels. We have a couple of submissions here already from Dr. Duck and Eagle Gamer. Let's get right into it. Dr. Duck, do let me know which one you would like me to play today. We previously started fairly low down on the list, not in a linear order necessarily. So it's really your choice if you have any particular recommendation. So do let me know in the chat. Otherwise, we'll just pick something. Possibly the most recent. That is, of course, assuming that you were still in the chat from a minute ago when you added this to the queue. So we'll give you a second to check in, and other than that, we will swap over to Eagle Gamer's Uno Mas first if we are waiting, since that is just an Uno Mas. In fact, let's do that. Eagle Gamer, let's just put this in quickly. And you are here. Ah, Dr. Duck, okay. Thanks for checking in. This is an Uno Mas, so we'll do it first anyway. We'll just reverse the order quickly. This could be used for some refreshing levels. We'll find out very quickly. And look, it's the SMB3 P-Wing. What is that doing here in the SMP1 theme? We're about to find out in a span of maybe perhaps about 7 seconds. Flying Mario. Well, with the... I see, with the vertical descent here, I can see why you would recommend that for a refreshing level if you wanted to have it light up in reverse. Naturally, we're going to check a couple of things here. I kind of want to go over that again just to see what exactly happened. Also, I totally got myself locked here because that's the kind of thing we do on this stream, but that's okay. We intended to start over anyway. So, SMB3 Mushroom. Sorry, SMB2 Mushroom. It puts you on the cloud, and it also will put you on top of whatever has been stuffed in the boot. I see, because the boot spawns with a Goomba inside it. It's going to bounce in that direction. There's something here with the mushroom bounce pattern that suddenly does this massive launch because of the way that the mushroom bounce on a note block kind of interacts with this boost over here. I don't know exactly how that works. It is an Uno Mas concept and demonstration, of course. Possibly, you'll need to explain that to me. But lots of fun to see that anyway. Thank you for showing that off. Astroy, welcome. Thank you for submitting the Nightmare Zone. Also, I see that my sound may be down already. Yeah, the note block bounces the shoe up, I could see that, and that perhaps the mushroom dropping down to the note block had something to do with the bounce pattern. I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, it works. Do let me know if things are sounding okay. We occasionally have the sound glitching out a little bit, and we fix that over the course of the stream, so if you hear anything cutting in or out, or anything sounding out of the ordinary, just let me know, and we'll try to get that fixed up quickly. Let's mark that as a win. And Eagle Gamer, you're quite welcome to send me more of these as you go. But first, we'll go back to Dr. Duck's profile and select something. We may as well start at the top and work our way down, unless you have a specific recommendation. I know you said that this was a Super World in progress, so this is 3 Lambda. And yeah, the upload order has not necessarily reflected the world order. Please continue helping you test the PPD levels. Yeah, so we'll do something PPD. It's really your choice what we'll do. If we don't receive a particular suggestion, we'll just take a look at the latest one, since perhaps you want to give that a look. 6-minute record? Yeah, we can probably still do that. Master the P-Nut Tech and follow the clues to progress. Interesting. Okay. So, we'll be doing something involving the squirrel boost. And let me take a look at this mechanism here. Yeah, we're supposed to take something through to the right side because it will drop. No, we take the P switch. Okay, of course. And then we'll probably bump the P switch up with my head, right? Or do we take it up and toss it? Let's take a look. I think we would need to bump it somehow. No, we need an on-off switch to activate first, don't we? Because then you'll create the blocks that allow you to take it up. Let's see. You're interested to see my approach and thoughts on this one, yeah? We'll see. Mr. Endgame, thank you for submitting Death Riser. We'll hopefully see that soon enough. So it looks like we need to drop the only object that we can handle over here, which is the P-switch. We need to go down, and then the bones would walk across, and that would allow it to dunk probably a muncher on top of the bomb, which would then activate the on-off switch and then allow me to carry something forward. However, the thing that we need to carry forward seems like it's supposed to be the P-switch unless there is some way to manipulate the position of the squirrel mushroom. You see, so we can head bump the P like that. And possibly we can get it up to this location. And Mr. Endgame, you're saying play the map and then the sequel. Okay, we'll try to remember that when we get there. You'll have to remind me, almost certainly. Let's take a look here again. Yeah, because we do need the switch activation, and we do need the P-switch to be the thing that gets me there, I think. But using the P-switch stops the conveyor. Why do we want to stop the conveyor? I don't really see a good reason to do it. Let's see. But I really do think that bumping this using low gravity is one of the better ideas available to us. So, whoops. As you can see, it's not quite going the side that I want. Hang on. Yeah, as you can see, it is possible to kind of bump it. Or maybe just have it land on top of my head while I do the wall cling. Like if we do the P drop and then wall cling into it, it goes left. Nope, hang on. I really do think, yeah, it looks like I could probably catch it in that location, but we need to be able to do this interaction twice. Or we catch the P while I'm flying up, perhaps. I actually don't know exactly the priority order here. No, we can't actually do that. I can't grab it when I'm mid-flight, but if we... See, it's so close, except it's flying to the left at the very last moment, and I'm probably just bumping it too close to the wall. Mr. Endgame, you're saying, after I play the sequel, check out a sneak peek for your next level coming in July. We'll see if we can fit that in, for sure, when we get to whatever it is you have in store. Nope, hang on. Now, why would we want to activate these blue blocks here? I mean, eventually it would make it easier to carry a second P-switch up to the top. So we only need to do this once we've activated the on-off switch. But let's see. You will only provide solutions, Dr. Duck, if you ask. Yeah, no, I do like figuring out this sort of thing. So it does look like I'm close enough on this interaction that like it is possible to do it if you just, whoops, kind of get into position to re-grab the P from a sufficient height. Whoops. Yeah, It really does look as though this would work on this height, but there might be something that I'm missing, like some kind of critical interaction here that I just haven't considered. Like perhaps using the wall cling. Yeah, because look at what happens if I cling like that. Whoops. I probably could have bumped it to the right if I bumped like that. And look at that, that almost kind of works. Like if you get up there quickly, then maybe I can intercept it and punch it to the right side instead, but no, that does give it sufficient height, but can't quite get around it. Yeah, the issue is that it's consistently going left away from the wall when I... Oh, you see, there we go, that's how to do it. That's what I was trying to do all along. Now we need to be very careful not to hit the P, and I need to do this a second time, I think. I need to be very, very careful here. Oops. And hey, it's Supernova. Fancy meeting you here, and there we go, we got it. We need to now not accidentally hit the P. Spoiler alert. There is some likelihood I will accidentally hit the P. No, we won't. We'll drop it. And then we'll grab a second P, because that's the only thing I can imagine being the reason that we would have these blocks come up again on this side. Audio is absent already. Yeah, we'll fix that. I was worried about it glitching out this early in the stream. Let's fix it quickly and hope that the problem does not return too soon. Now, Duck, you're saying I did it the hard way? Well, that's what we do on this stream. Mr. Endgame, you're saying that in your last message, your 3 levels are all short control levels. Yeah, we'll see how things go. Oh, yeah, okay, so no P-switch coming from here. Now, why would that be? Because the P-switch is still lodged on that side and has not been destroyed, so... Given that, we have no choice but to proceed. Also, I have 75 seconds because of all those shenanigans earlier. Something tells me that's going to get me into trouble. Stars over here. Now, why would we want that? Because we need to bump P now on that side. Okay. Now, we would want to land a P maybe on top of the clouds here. And then, why would we want to grab the star to bump the P up? Whoops. Nope, hang on. Yeah, time is going to be, obviously, a bit of an issue here. I'm looking at the slot over here, and clearly we need to bump the P with maybe some repeated lights here. Now, here's the thing. We need to leave the P-switch room to come up, don't we? Because I don't currently see... Oh yeah, there we go. And we will run out of time over here. Mr. Endgame, you are unable to stay. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Next time maybe we'll catch you. You can always type !leave to leave the queue. So you're saying I did it the hard way. Okay. Maybe I was able to just, you know, toss this and bump it some other way. We'll see. Obviously, I don't want to be spending all of my time doing this interaction every attempt, so let's see if we can figure out what the intended way was. Oh, there we go. That was much better, actually. Nope. Okay, let's try it again. because I was hoping to catch it on the other side like we did previously. It has something to do with the point at which I release it, I think. Or perhaps I need to release it earlier in order to bump it up the way I want. Okay, and then you do that reversal? Yeah, okay, that's how we wanted to do it last time. You do a bit of a wall cling and then... Nope, oh. I knew that was going to happen sooner or later. There we go. So I wanted to bounce once on me. And then we try to nudge it. Nope. Not quite. You will say the way I'm doing it is kind of stylish, yeah. It's funny because just a few weeks ago, I think we were making fun of Supernova, who was here in chat, for finding like the most spectacular Kaizo method for solving a particular puzzle. That was not nearly as difficult as he made it seem. But it was amazing to watch it happen. The thing I'm doing here is not nearly as stylish, I must say. But I think it kind of abides by the same principle. Whoops. Okay, there we go. And we'll just be very careful. Whoop, that was not careful. Okay. Bump and then up. It does work. We're doing this half of it consistently, at least. There we are. Unfortunately, I think I have not yet learned the principle that will allow me to take it over to the other side. I bet I just have to continue twirling underneath it, especially once I pick up the star. But hey, we have a method that works. That's the important thing. This is just a bit of a squirrel check over here. I think maybe if I drop the P on the twister, then I kind of consistently sneak under it. Maybe. Or I drop it here, suspend it, and grab one of the stars. Doesn't seem like I have much time to work with, though, in terms of star time. Now, this is interesting. That I can actually sustain a significant amount of height with the stars. Now, the problem is with consume both stars, I'm going to lose them at this point. And I think if I lose it like that, I'm not really going to be able to make it over. Yeah, I think I do need a star here. You will say that the stars are completely unnecessary. Also, I see that the sound has kind of glitched out on me again. Unfortunately, yeah, this is the first stream I've run in over a week. I was hoping some of these technical issues would get out of the way. We'll try to do a reset a little later in this attempt. You said that this is sort of Kaizo tech. Yeah, maybe so. Some kind of object handling that we need to do this. You only specify that because you have to reset to get more. Exactly. E-Clippy or EC7-Ippy, one of the two. I am willing to do troll levels, yes. If they do take me a while to do, then I sometimes have to sit through them in multiple segments, if that's okay with you, but it really depends on their length. But we do accept troll submissions for sure. Okay, since we got past that, let's get the sound fixed up very quickly. Sorry about the interruptions. We'll try to make this more permanent as we go. Anyway, Here, we're going to see some kind of ending. Let's not miss the doors. That would be very embarrassing. No. There we go. And then these two doors match. Okay. Now, why would I want to do that then, unless... Let's see. 2 moons. What would this exit be, if not here? Let's think about that. Because we know... well, I mean, it could also be like some kind of twice, where it's making you think that these doors are matched when they're not. Anyway, we know that these are going to be matched. Yeah, Eclipy, you just made a troll level and you want feedback. Yeah, we'll hopefully get to the Cheap Strikes Back soon enough. So we know that because the objects have been completely consumed off these tracks, that I think the doors actually are properly matched here. Which means what? Let's see, you got 2 moons. Looks like we're kind of already at the top of the screen and there's not much else we can do here. I mean, there's some possibility... Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, could this possibly be something like a bit of a twice trickery? It doesn't seem so, because if we had left some objects on the tracks, we would have been able to expose that. So let's think about this. It could be that we're already at some kind of dead end. Because if these doors actually are matched in the same space, then... we've got this? Yeah, we've got 80 seconds, that's what we've got. And unfortunately, I've kind of lost track of where I am. Yeah, because I'm looking... I mean, obviously, if it is pretending to be identical, that's... Oh, you know what? The flagpole is probably buried under one of these blocks. I bet that's what it is. We'll just stomp on everything. There we go. We got it.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
A little bit tricksy, but it works. It was, once again, pretty satisfying to figure out the opening part the hard way. It actually still got me within a minute 30 of the previous time, so. The hint earlier was the 4 made from tracks, which the stars were a red herring for. 4 made from tracks. Oh, I see, okay. I totally failed to read that as a 4. That was the issue there. Anyway, hopefully that was a useful run through it. Let's mark that as a win, and let's go on to the next thing. Asteroid, if you'd like to check in, let's see what kind of bossiness you've got for me today. And yeah, Dr. Duck, I still don't really know what the intended method was for the early section, unless it was just repeated spinning. And you're going to dip? Yeah, I'm sure you meant and you're going to dip, not add you're going to dip. But, you know, viewer levels just kind of does that to a person. Asteroid, would you like to check in, please? Otherwise, we will just bump you back and head off to Moyako. I do see Asteroid on the list, so usually I just rotate people back 1 spot if they don't check in. And yeah, Dr. Duck, you're always welcome to come back. We'll probably be running, maybe not super late today, but reasonably late. Moyako, I can get you in first if you check in. Yeah, thank you. Let's take a look. Anyway, if you have any particular recommendations, do let me know. If you don't have a recommendation, we'll probably just take the most recent one, even at a 0.7. Go down, please. Okay. Yeah, we did 1 pixel minigames previously. Do we want to just continue in order, or do you have something else in mind? Yeah, let me know if you want me to do Slide Ice Castle, or if you want me to... recently. Okay, Slide Ice Castle, we will continue. And yeah, let's play. You may need to translate the description for me, because my comprehension is perhaps not as good as it should be. Anyway, let's get back to playing something that will launch me over the ice. Whoops. We need a bit more running speed, of course. Intenium, welcome. Okay, a bit more speed. And I, of course, want to hold right after the bounce. Yeah, it's going to be kind of a down diagonal there, and that's just a mushroom check. And, of course, that is going to be a bit of a timing element. This time it will be a little more threatening. And yeah, that's going to get me down. Let's grab another mushroom. Oh, it's all the way back. Okay. That's okay. The first 2 segments are not too bad. And yeah, Moyako, we can figure it out from here, so I do know how to activate this. We just need better timing, of course. But yeah, it's very clear what to do. So we probably will not need hints. I, however, will need much better timing than I've been showing off so far. And of course, I need to account for the bit of wind-up time on the ice. Whoops, no. Let's see how many more segments we have ahead of us, too. There's going to be the stretch over here. Okay, just these 2, and then it's up the pipe. Alright, let's try it again. Yeah, this just shows you how it works. And let's try to have a consistent target timing so we can repeat the same one every time. In terms of when I choose to proceed. Nope, that's not going to be right. So yeah, we just need to pick the right timing window and also pay attention to it when it does happen. That one's fairly straightforward. I feel like this one... nope, that's totally wrong. Yeah, I have to account for the initial time spent sliding back to the left. I feel like that part is something that I haven't quite managed just yet. We can also watch the clock here and just see when I'm passing through the middle in terms of how much time it's taking from the initial launch position. 311. And it's about 1.5 seconds. So we'll see if we can make use of that information. And don't move to the right when you fall. Okay. Astra, you're still in the queue. I just bumped you back 1 spot because I didn't see you check in. So Astra, if you're here, you will be next. Oh, no. I can stand up and wait next to the spring. I suppose so. I'm able to dash back across. There will be the mushroom check over here, though, so I do need to at least grab a mushroom. Interestingly enough, I can kind of do this. Unfortunately, I will not be able to make it back up. without bumping my head, I don't think. That would be awfully cheesy if I could. I obviously can't do it. Yeah, I obviously can't do it. So we'll go back and we'll try to do that segment another time. If your big Mario to spring doesn't push you if you don't press down, okay. Yeah, no, getting pushed by that is not the issue. I've played plenty of levels that use a similar mechanic, so I'm not too concerned about that. We're getting pushed, it's just my timing is poor here. So. We'll see if I can just find the right pocket. Nope. Yeah, you can kind of bounce back by one step. I wonder if I can bounce back safely on that one. I mean, it's pretty easy to get back there, of course. So. Basically like a getting over it level, except it's horizontal. The same principles apply, though. So I'm clearly going a bit early, I think. Nope. And now that's a little bit late. So basically when that's coming over the top corner, I think that's going to be best, but we'll have to go back and try that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because I guess we do need the initial speed, though, from running. Maybe so. Let's see. So maybe we just press down here and then face, and then maybe that'll work better. Not quite. I need to reverse into it a bit better. Yeah, because the idea is that... Let's see. Yeah, because you can kind of burst into it directly. I see, that's what you're trying to tell me, is that I don't actually need to do the initial run. And if I don't do the initial run, we need to reverse direction very quickly, though. Yeah. That's why I find it a little easier to run into it first, because I find that it's a bit easier for me to swap directions. But we'll try it again. It's like a fighting game input, almost. Going a half circle to launch a yoga flame or something. Okay. Nope, almost. Let's restart. And yeah, we got it. Let's try it again. And let's do this as well as we can. There we go. Got it at last. We'll need to do that repeatedly, of course. But now we have 2 timing elements to work with here. Nope. That's quite a lot to repeat, but we'll get it. Astro, I'm totally not a Dhalsim player. At least I haven't been since the days when the game was relevant in arcade, and back when nobody knew what they were doing, and you could just use Dhalsim's slide kick to trap somebody forever if they didn't know how to get out of it. Back when Street Fighter was pretty much entirely populated by people who were button mashers. And no, I don't really have a main in Street Fighter anymore. I haven't been active enough in any of the recent games. I still have actually never played Street Fighter V at this point. I haven't really played since 4. There we go. Nope. Didn't hang right quickly enough. Same issue there. No, I was only ever a very casual fighting game player. Didn't understand a lot of the more precise principles to it. And, okay, here we go. I'm always impressed by watching people who are actually good at fighting games in terms of, you know, the granularity of their perceptual skills when it comes to things like animation frames. I find that stuff quite difficult to read. Anyway. Right timing on the block, wrong timing on the stretch. That's a pretty interesting element, though. I'm sure we can push past it soon enough. And yeah, you're saying don't look to the left, always to the right. Yep, it's just reversing direction can sometimes be a bit quick. And there we go. And oh, unless I see what you mean. That we should be looking to the right even at the launch position. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand, okay. That would not have been obvious to me, in fact. That's what you were trying to tell me. And that actually makes this a lot easier to execute. Yeah, because of the way that the conveyor belt pushes you back anyway. That's understandable. Okay, okay, much easier now that I finally get what you were telling me. Because then it's purely just a launch exercise. Now, as long as we don't get dunked here, we're probably going to be okay. There we go. And I guess the doors here are to just kind of get track alignment going. Nope, bad idea. Right at the checkpoint, too. That's alright. It's a long walk back, but I think we understand what we have to do for most of this. And there we are. Okay. And no, no, because if we get squished, we do need a mushroom from the very start, so unfortunately I do have to go back and reset. Except I can't drop through the clouds, so we do need to continue and go back for the shroom. There we go. Although, yeah, one-way panels are going to prevent me from cheesing anything at the end, obviously. So I can't just jump to the lower platforms in the last section. There we go. Yeah, bad idea. And that's okay. We've got this. Okay. And that's going to be a very friendly push from that block. And a very narrow escape past that stretch. So here's the next reset point. Made good time this time. Yeah, I guess all the door transitions are there to mainly get the tracks to line up every time. We'll be at a checkpoint soon enough, I'm sure. And down we go. Nice push once again. Let's wait for the next one. And the next one. Missed the opportunity. Now we will try not to get crushed. A bit of a narrow shave there, but we managed to get it. And yeah, because if you scroll in, you run a chance of disrupting all the track timings, hence the door transitions, just to get everything to be properly synchronized so they're not dependent on the camera scroll when you spawn the blocks in. Alright. That's fairly understandable. Now it's time for this one. Yeah, pretty interesting patterns. That's... I actually think I want to reset this so we can kind of count which cycle we're on. Probably is a nice ideal timing for that, and as you can see, if we just do that quickly from the reset, we're in fairly good shape. No, too early. I was going late previously, I think, and so we kind of overcompensated. It's funny because the last one looks simple, but you do have to cover a slightly greater distance. Nope. So we'll see if we can get this to work out. Nope. Attempting to do that quickly did not go well. I probably should have timed that out properly. And here we go again. Nope. I'm getting dunked by that guy. For the first time in a while. Let's try this again. Yeah, reading these timings from a distance is always a little bit challenging, but we'll make it work. And we're through the first section without too much of a delay. Nope. Yeah, dying to the crush is the main issue here, as long as we merely take a bit of a fall, we're probably in okay shape. There we are. And we'll continue. And it's okay to try to go a bit early in that segment. Nope. Going early at least allows me to bump into the blocks and reset quickly without falling. Like I was saying. And, nope. Let's just reset this door. And yeah, eClippy, we always go in order here, so if you need to dip out for a bit, that's fine, as long as you're here to check in when your level is called. We always just go straight down the list. Accounting for subscribers, of course, but we've got checkpoint. Now we need to follow the checkpoint hype. There we go. Quite like that one. That one's simple enough. There we go. And yeah, glad you're enjoying the stream. So yeah, we need to drop the panel, but get there early enough that we can spend a bit of time on top of the donut block. Nope, that's wrong. Oh, I see. That you actually slide past a donut block. You don't drop on a donut. Okay, okay. That makes sense to me. Let's try it again then. And then over here. Nope. A little bit impatient on that round. And okay. Yeah, that one's not too hard to read as long as we're able to get there. And yeah, the donut block is just there to stop the skewer. It doesn't affect me. Now we have to account for the fact that the stretches change sides. Good use of the stretch boot is a very underused element in this game, I find. Ah, okay, so we do need to get up to... Like, we need to stand up to get the second push from the spring, but then we need to duck again so we don't hit the spike. Yeah, need to get that second punch, and then we're in. Octoguy, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Now we've got a big segment over here. If we hit the P-switch, we get dunked by the Munchers, so... we need to not hit the P-switch. And Octoguy, I'm doing quite well. Getting back into this game after a little bit of time off recently, so... always happy to see quite a lot of new content here. And there we are. And Spencer, thank you for the submission. And thank you, Mayako, for this one. Lots of interesting ideas here. Like I said, very uncommon to see the stretch used in that way, and quite a lot of variety to each of the individual challenges. So, thank you for that. And yeah, Octoguy, if you want to try the current level that you just saw, that was the code. Let's clear it for now, though. And thank you for the follow. Asteroid, if you are still here, please check in. I did see you try to resubmit not too long ago. Why is your level's name in Russian? Probably because the database that Warp World is pulling from is massively outdated. And it might have confused it with some existing code. Anyway, Asteroid, let's see. What do you have for me here? Yeah, Warp World's been acting up recently. We probably should switch to the viewerlevels.com bot at some point, but I have to make a couple of changes behind the scenes to get everything going. Okay, the Nightmare Zone. This nightmare shall crush dreams. There is a clear condition attached to this auto-scroll boss battle. We'll see how it goes. Asteroid, this is a 0.28. I don't necessarily expect I'll clear it, but we'll try to put in a good number of attempts to learn what's going on. Octoguy, do I prefer harder levels or easier levels? The difficulty is not my main concern. The main thing we do on this stream is just talk about level design, so if you give me something interesting to talk about, it doesn't really matter if it's too hard or too easy. I mean, if it's too hard, I wouldn't necessarily finish it, but... Okay, we do need to defeat Meowser, and I'm trying to figure out how we'll do it. I think we need to survive first. because currently I don't see a means of getting to him. So I believe this is a pure survival segment, this part anyway, and then we'll see how we're actually going to fight him later on. Cameron, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay. So yeah, very much like an escape segment reminiscent of the finales of the new Super Mario Bros. Series, in fact. Except perhaps with slightly less destruction. But yeah, there will be a Meowser chase section, and we'll see how we're actually going to defeat him at the end. Octoguy, you think you figured out why your level's name is in Russian. Okay. Well, if it's an interesting explanation, do feel free to share. You know, so your level doesn't get blocked by international sanctions or something. Whoops. I actually can read the Cyrillic alphabet. I just don't have much of a vocabulary. Whoops. For example, I'm pretty sure the thing the bot said is literally just the word Russian. Okay, let's see here. And yeah, no, recently Warp World has been pulling some outdated usernames when it comes to Maker ID. I think that something in their backend database got reset. Because I see people's old usernames popping up from... You know, it's probably scraping some old data set that is no longer valid. It's your name in Russian, okay. Oh, Ruslan. Yeah, okay, Ruslan. I now am reading it accurately. But that's okay. Here you'll just be Octoguy to us. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, because the Warp World system for identifying people's Maker IDs and level titles, for that matter, was, I think, initially based on some kind of optical character recognition that would then be seeded into a database that it would pull from in long term, and so I think they probably just had some kind of full reset to an earlier version of a dataset at some point, because we've seen that particular mistake with several people's Maker IDs if they changed it over the course of the game since June 2019. And Cameron, yes, this is absolutely an Estroy level. I wonder how you got that idea. I mean, so far we're not, you know, beating up Meowser face-to-face so far. We're not grinding that down, so right now it's just a survival challenge with a little bit of RNG here, determining which platform we need to avoid at any given time, where the fire is going to go. So, considering that there is an element of RNG, this is actually moderately playable. I didn't actually expect to get down to the lower level on that jump, so that was a big mistake. I've won the game of finding Estroy. Or rather, you, Cameron, have won the game of Find the Estroy. Yeah. Thank God the bot didn't pull the name that you used on April Fool's. Cool Beans 69. Oh, to kind of establish the little Timiness of your account. No, we have a couple of people here who would completely appreciate that, I'm sure. Whoops. No, that was a bad idea. And yeah, no, we don't judge people by their names too much around here. Just their level design, for the most part. Oh, we should probably wait for the auto-scroll to give me a little more to look at first before we leap into the abyss like that. Oops. That was an attempt at best left forgotten. And okay, let's pop this guy. And oh, yeah, we just need to react a little more promptly when Meowser decides to go after me. We always need to be prepared for that possibility that if we're on a sufficiently wide platform, he's going to come up and give us a bit of a snipe. Now, the thing is, Meowser... Yeah, so on a 3-wide platform, that's sufficient for Meowser to climb up and land. There are some limitations to where he can land, though, I think. So everything here is at least 2 wide. 3 wide is sometimes enough. That time he didn't get the position. Yeah, I'm trying to remember some of the positional rules with Meowser, because there are certain platforms that I think we can be sure he will not land on because the surrounding space will not be sufficient. Like, he takes up a huge landing box, as far as I know. It's like a 6x4 box or something like that. If you made Little Timmy levels, you probably would have stopped playing the game in June. I believe that Mario Maker actually came out at the end of June that year. It came out on the 28th of June. As far as I know. It's one of the few game launch dates that are seared into my memory because I was actually so ready for it. Had a lot of stuff just kind of mapped out in advance for my first level, which I spent the entire first weekend constructing. But anyway, up we go. In fact, your first Mario Maker level ever was a pick-a-pipe. And, well, I mean, I guess in the end you picked a different pipe. Oh, well, I was expecting him to drop off that 2-tile spot, but no, he has enough space around him to land. So yeah, Meowser's landing depends entirely on whether his landing location has an open box of a certain size. I think it was about 6x4 or so. So we know that if he's in one of the lower platforms, he's always going to drop off because he's crowded out by his surroundings. But he has a lot of open space to land on. Then we have to prepare for the possibility that he stays in that location. And just one moment here. Just one moment here. I need to tweak some things with my audio. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you know, if you didn't make trash levels on the release of Mario Maker 2, that's likely because you already got them out of your system in Mario Maker 1, which also had an exceptionally memorable release date. Anyway, let's get over here. During the ending of this Meowser fight, you'll have to defeat him with shells. Yeah, we'll see if we get there. I mean, it is a 0.28 level. We'll see if we can at least do the escape sequence. And Asteroid, if we only partially get through this, I think that'll be okay. Because as a clear condition level, we know in advance there is no checkpoint, and so it's not like we'll be losing progress if we learn most of the level in a part way. So we'll just learn as much as we can, and getting past the escape sequence will be our first objective. The clear rate is kind of high for what this level is. Yeah, I do know that some of your kind of face-to-face Meowser fights do tend to aim a little bit low, clear rate-wise. But a lot of it is just improvisation and reaction, right? Like that, the difficulty comes from having tons of room to make mistakes and not because the required technique is itself particularly demanding. At least not with this. With something like the cat versus cat fight, perhaps so, but here we go. It's a new record, I think. Oh, let's get out of here before we get swiped. Let's lead the fire. And yeah. I think the idea here is that we do need to just kind of lead him to a landing location one at a time, and so that way I can, whoops, kind of control where the safe zones are going to be. Oh. We needed to get out of there a little faster. Actually, Octoguy, there are ways to control Meowser's position. I've made a couple of Meowser-based levels, particularly very early in the game when people were still figuring him out. Which is why I'm trying to think back to what I learned from way back then about his position rules. But yeah, you can do a couple of things with him. Suspend him on twisters, perhaps. Whoops. There are some Meowser levels that force you to die no matter how you play. Oh, just if you draw the wrong random position, or for some other reason. Yeah, the thing I actually kind of like about this chase so far is that there is enough flexibility to it that I have never felt like I was dying to RNG. Like, I felt like I always have some kind of escape that's available. That's pretty important when designing around Meowser's flight pattern, I think. That you don't want it to lead to any unwinnable situations when it comes to your positioning. Otherwise, you get into the issue that Asteroid just described, with potentially unwinnable situations, which are not fun. Whoops. It's not even having enough space, it's more... Well, I mean, it is having enough space and having enough headroom so they can actually, you know, play Mario. But also having the spacing be fairly generous in terms of not having the landing zones be too far apart. So there's always a bit of a potential fallback if things are not working well with Meowser's positioning. But yeah, I can't really hesitate. If he's coming up to a platform, I really should not go back to that platform. I should always be on the move. Otherwise, we get into pretty serious issues with him coming up and swiping me. Yeah, I should always try to lead him somewhere that I have control over. He is going to chase my position, so as long as I kind of plan a landing zone in mind and get him to try to chase me down, we're probably going to be okay. Technically, this means that I should try to land in locations where he will not have enough of a box to swipe. But sometimes I actually do want him to land, because then he's at least going to be in a predictable position. And if he's in a predictable place, then I can get around him a little more easily. So, for example, that location I knew that he was not going to stick the landing because it was too narrow on either side. And that's still way what we have to think about this. Now, as you can see, because of the camera positioning, we do need to be aware of arrows here. It bugs me a little that this down arrow is out of alignment with the actual landing space. That the arrows are all a little bit to the left. We'd better get out. Anyway, key door here. I assume we need to defeat him and then come back here with the key. That's okay. We got past a major landmark here, which is to chase. And so, made it to the subworld. Maybe we don't defeat him yet at that location. We just need to go back and forth and grab the key some other way while he's floating around in the back. Whoops. Why does the big skip squeak not split into two small ones? That would be interesting. They're not that genetically related to Goombas, that's why. But perhaps they should. We play just about any boss level that makes good use of RNG. I've seen some pretty interesting RNG puzzle concepts in this game. As far as RNG bosses go, yeah, we've definitely played some of them too, or at least bosses that have some kind of RNG element in terms of, you know, which power-ups you take in with you, or something else like that. But yeah, the best use of randomization I've seen in this game has been in some really interesting puzzle concepts that kind of made solutions possible for all combinations. Whoops. Better get out. Better get out. Oh, no. And the fire would have zoned me out anyhow. Octaguy, you want to know, why do you need a subscription to play Mario Maker 2? Yeah, I mean, I'm generally not fond of paying online subscriptions for anything. I think at least with Nintendo Switch Online, that with the standard tier, it's at least much more reasonable than most other services, but it's kind of unfortunate that this generation Nintendo hops onto that train with everybody else, considering that one of the things that was very nice about the 3DS and the Wii and the Wii U previously was that you would not have to deal with any of that. I don't feel like we're seeing that much of an infrastructural benefit to it. I do get tons of use out of the Nintendo Switch Online subscription, so I don't think that it's extortionate necessarily. It's more that I would obviously prefer not to be paying an online fee at all. I do think it does restrict the community for this game, the active community for this game, much more than it otherwise would. Particularly if people just want to play this one game, right? There were definitely a lot of people who had a Wii U only for Mario Maker 1, for instance, and you can imagine that something like a mandatory online subscription would have killed that much more dramatically. Whoops. So, yeah, it seems like the policy from Nintendo's side is that any free-to-play game will also not require the Nintendo Switch Online subscription because it already has its own separate system of monetization. So that's going to be the case very shortly with Fall Guys, which is coming out on Switch fairly soon. And I do understand that's the case with Fortnite, because It's sort of already separately monetized in a free-to-play model. That's just part of whatever agreement Nintendo has with the publishers of those titles, like in this case Epic Games. Yeah, Asteroid, the thing is, I don't even touch the online versus in this game because I've never had acceptable performance from it. I hear that it gets better as you get up into higher ranks, but frankly, I'm not too interested in that mode anyway, given that most of what we like to feature in Mario Maker 2 is a lot of the very mechanically elaborate levels that just do not work in multiplayer. Because I'm always showcasing, you know, very contraption-heavy or very technically complicated levels that were just never designed for multiplayer versus in the first place. Is there a way to change Nintendo Profile's country so you can at least access the eShop? Re-downloaded your old games. Whoops. That's a good question. I don't quite know about the region change because I do know that having talked to some people who occasionally grab some things on a Japanese side, like, you know, a totally different selection of titles that they have available sometimes on the online service, or demos that they have available or something. The profiles would kind of be separated by region anyway, right? I'm not exactly sure. I know that people have to set up multiple profiles on one system to access different regional eShops in the first place, so it's not like you have a single shared library for that anyhow. And yeah, Octoguy, you can always get somebody else who is active in the game to scrape some of your codes for you. Anyway, we better pay attention. I've blown the last few attempts from partly keeping my eyes on chat, which is maybe not a good idea when I'm attempting to dodge Meowser. Okay. This did not go well. Hang on. Got a little bit trapped down below. And anyway. Yeah, I've been getting very complacent about landing in certain safe locations and then looking over to read the chat, and oh, Meowser was certainly taking a sweet time that time. Okay. Let's grab this. And let's, once again, pay attention to the positioning here. So yeah, Astro, we'll try to get back to the subworld section. Always throws me off a little bit when Meowser fires from the left side and then appears on my right. Because that's just how quickly he moves. Yeah, he's going to fall over here. Okay, whoops. I was totally going to jump out of that spot and I just missed. But yeah, Octoguy, when we get to your profile, we can always just scroll over codes that you want to see as well, and then you can at least have some kind of visual record, although it seems that Astroy is scrubbing all of that for you at this point anyway, so. But I will let you two sort that out by yourselves. Whoops. Very nice of that Skip Squeak to give me a bit of a boost. Anyway, let's continue. And just let him fire at me if he so wishes. That was not a good landing. Because I was trying to get ahead and the auto scroll had not yet given me somewhere to land on the right side, so that did not go well. R2D2 correct, thank you for sending your ocarina level. Anyway. Whoops. And Ziggsy, welcome. Astra, let me just check quickly how long I've been on this one. I'll try to continue, obviously. I don't expect to get the clear, but we'll try to at least get back to the subworld one more time. So yeah, we've been on for close to half an hour in this one, I think. So we'll try to put in at least one more good attempt. I know I've kind of squandered a few of the last few, but I feel like having made it to the second section was still significant progress. Anyway, let's get back here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Massive hitbox on that fireball, but not big enough to catch me that time. Alright, up we go. And forward. And okay, let's head on over here. So yeah, we're not really going to get to the fight Meowser with the shell phase, unfortunately. At least I would need to do very well in this attempt to make it there. The chase here has been pretty reasonable so far, though. I've just been a little bit careless. And yeah, we shouldn't try to beat the auto-scroll too quickly. That's a very common mistake. And we need to remember here that the arrows are slightly out of alignment. Like I said, it can throw people off, I think. Because you can't necessarily expect that people will read the arrows and think that you've already accounted for, you know, falling to the right a little bit further, so the best of those things are a little more consistently aligned. Anyway, the skip squeak positioning here worries me slightly, but we'll get out. Now, the nice thing about these ceilings is that we know with a fair amount of certainty that Meowser's not actually going to stick the landing anywhere here. Whoa, these boos. Okay. Way out of position there. Yeah, I was hoping to maybe do the spin jump there, but I just miscalculated. That's alright. I bet we can get back there maybe one more time. And yet the fireball takes up space. That we know for sure. Yeah, it is the same thing with Roy's pattern and the other styles where, you know, sometimes with this kind of teleport maneuver that the actual safe zones or hit zones are a little bit difficult to read. You pick it up with experience, though, over time, I think. But even so, very easy to make a few critical mistakes along the way. But yeah, if I can get him into at least mildly predictable positions, that is best. Yeah, Astro, you're saying that Octoguy had near 100 levels. That's probably why it was a good idea not to just write every code in chat. You had near 100 levels, okay. Very important distinction. Okay, Astro, we're going to try to make at least one more deep attempt here. But I may bail on this for now, but I am willing to continue this at some point. 0.28-ish looks approachable. I think that with a little bit of care and attention that we can get this section down fairly consistently. Yeah, I actually do enjoy lengthy survival challenges that have a kind of element of freedom to them. There have been a number of levels that fit that description in the past that we didn't necessarily beat, but still had a decent amount of time with. Octoguy, yeah, the block of rules text is something I haven't updated in quite some time, but the same principles generally apply. Nobody has checked that in probably months, but we're fairly easygoing about how I run things on this stream, so... Yeah, in general with Super Worlds, I try to accommodate people who have traditional worlds that consist of lots and lots of really short levels. And that I try to make sure we can play, you know, a block of them at a time if they have tons of short, easy levels that are meant to be experienced together. But we actually don't get too many submissions like that these days, so... Generally, though, if people want to submit a Super World ID, we'll at least play the first level like a regular submission, and then if things are quick, then we see how many we blast through. And yeah, don't worry, a lot of people don't read the rules either. But it's nice to have things in one place just in case people have questions. Anyway, here we are. Let's ignore the arrows because they're not helpful. And let's just give him a little bit of space and time so we can get into the desired position. Okay, we'll try to make a good run on this section and not die to skip squeaks or anything silly. The twirl jump is very helpful here with some of the spacing that we're encountering. That was not a good attempt. Okay, Asteroid. That's good for now. Like I said, I am willing to come back to this. Because we are not finished with it yet, and it feels manageable so far, so... First clear from Merlin on this one. Well, congratulations to him. Yeah, we can see that... we entered... the... Oh, we didn't... Oh yeah, no, we needed to enter the pipe to hit the clear condition. If we had scrolled a little further, we would have seen a flag. Oh, that's interesting, because there's still the key box that's on the other side of the pipe. That's in the subworld once you grab the key. Yeah, I guess you would need to do a bit of a back and forth, grab a key, defeat Meowser. No, you defeat Meowser and you exit out the key box, the warp box with the key. You exit... drop on top of the pipe, come out of the pipe with a clear condition intact, and then you hit the flag. Okay, I understand that. That's a loss. Let's move on. Supernova, please check in. And we've got a pretty substantial queue already today, so Supernova will play this one. We'll likely be closing the queue certainly by the end of this level. But let's see how we're doing with it first. And Reeboks, welcome. No Put Foot Heavens, a surprise level for your inspiration at Document Legend. Yeah, we played a number of Documents No Put Foot levels before with the Don't Land a Clear condition. I'm actually a little behind on those. I know that recently he had like the Swamps of No Put Foot or something, and I still haven't played that. Anyway, Supernova is going to put together a little tribute for Document. And Mang Mang is 69 with the record here. Let's see how we do. So for those of you new here, I usually try my best to clear all of the levels that are submitted before queue closing. We already failed the condition. That's okay, let's scout. Let's see what this is. So you hit the on-off switch. You grab the cloud. I do not want to land on this platform, but I think if I land on this with the cloud, that should still satisfy the condition. I think that's the idea, right? Because there's no way to get through this platform unless I hit the cloud and push through. So assuming that, we're then going to land on top of the vine, come around, land on top of this vine. We would then need to do the bounce, and then get around like that, and we'll see what that spawns. Okay, let's try to retain the clear condition this time. Grasshopper up here. I always think of that as the grasshopper maneuver because of a level that Mang made quite some time ago, when you land on the tip of the vine with only one block of room. Okay, there we go. Bump that. Up we go. And then bump this. And I'm still going a little bit wide. I actually need to bounce a little higher off that mole. Octoguy, yeah, I know Zypher quite well. Or at least by community standards, I guess I see him around often enough. And yeah, Zypher and I raid each other's streams relatively often. And he makes some pretty good accessible levels as well, so which we've been quite happy to feature in the past. I need a much better angle off of that. So we'll just figure out that adjustment. It's a bit of a pain point right now that we'll need to fix in terms of understanding what my angle should be. There we go. What's this? Okay, now we need to jump around. Left side, obviously. I was afraid of that. I don't want to start too low because I don't want to land on a cloud or a block, but start too high and we do have a bit of an issue with bumping one's head. Okay. Yep. Yeah, trying to do this jump is actually surprisingly tricky. Jumping off the vine and trying to hang on to the next bit. Surprisingly tricky just to get around the block. Because we'll need to go up that vine and then we land on top of the next vine pair that's protruding from the top of that next column. Whoops. You remembered making a tribute level to him when he pretty much stopped making levels. You added it to the queue. Okay. Well, if that's the one you want to show me later, Octoguy, I'd be quite happy to play it. If it's one that you're particularly proud of. Okay, let's see if we can just make this jump. This is surprisingly tricky. Because you need to kind of go around the left side while jumping off the vine. Nope. Oh, I don't know about this jump. Let's scout ahead. That seems particularly tricky. And yeah, here we need to time things so that I do not land on top of the blocks. That's going to blow up everything. And this is the kind of document style element here, is that you have the falling blaster. Oh, I see. I probably need to spin and kick that so we can indefinitely spin on top of the spiny shells. Maybe. We'll see. Nope. Okay. Down we go. And up. And we'll see if we can actually make this for once. And yeah, Octoguy will make that decision when we get to it. No need to think about it just yet. Alright, we need enough height and we need enough momentum. Let's see. No. Natcat, welcome. Good to see you here as always. It's been some time. And Natcat, I don't know if you've been able to get any streams together yourself lately. I admittedly haven't really been watching much of Twitch in recent weeks. Whoops. And how am I doing? Well, this particular jump seems to be causing quite a bit of trouble here. There we go. Right off the edge. No, that was supposed to be a spin. Right? No, it's not. You jump on top of that and you need to just go back here and probably go back and forth some more. Yeah, you need to stall on the left side and then land into the cloud. Okay, no, I understand that now. You use the cloud to bump this. It moves the wiggler. Then you get on top and hit the wiggler in the middle. Like that, and then you have to land, and then you continue keeping pace with it. Okay, I understand it now. You haven't really been streaming? Yeah, I've been kind of off for a bit as well. This is my first stream in almost 2 weeks. Bit of a longer absence than usual for me. I think I still know how to play this game. I'm not always convinced, but whoops. Yeah, I haven't really been playing games that often at all in the last few weeks. Much less than usual, I would say. Which also means that I'm quite severely backlogged. There are a couple of things that I have in a backlog that I'm trying to decide whether I will stream them, because they might be fairly time-consuming. And yeah, Spencer 2B, this is quite a lot of fun. We've played most of Supernova's output at this stage, I think. And they have remained consistently interesting. Whoops. Getting around that one block, though, has been perhaps unusually precise, unless there's just something to it that I'm completely missing. Yeah, this jump right here seems much more kind of precision demanding than most of what I see from Supernova, but we'll try to make it work. There's probably just some kind of momentum trick to it that when it comes to getting off the vine, that I just don't understand very well. Whoops. And yeah, I was joking about the Russian sanctions earlier, but you're probably the first person that I've seen who I know of directly as having been hit by Nintendo's response to Russian sanctions. Or the general pullout from the country. Like, you're the first person I've talked to that was directly affected by it. Let's say, whoops. And let's pop this over here. Oops. Yeah, this vine jump is trouble. I generally don't have very good muscle memory for getting off a vine, I suppose. And I have certain habits when it comes to, you know, perhaps pressing up prematurely to think about the next climb. Then next landing. Oops. Yeah, I can't quite see when I'm going to fall off of this, that's the thing. Let's see. I believe the door at the start is probably just a reset or practice door. You can check. I believe it is a practice door for the later segments. Because it would take you through the pipe and allow you to scout the second half. Having already failed the clear condition, so you get a chance to see what's going on over here. Yeah, because you would need to land this way and then probably jump over and land like this. I would have failed the condition there, for instance. And that hitting the POW from below would be necessary, or having some kind of shell contact with it. Flop contact works too. Oh, that's an interesting setup. Yeah, because you would want to go to the left side here to activate that flop. Because you would be spinning over it, and then the spin jumps would take you over these guys. And then you would need to land down below to hit this, which is going to then spring something to the right. Like a Koopa? We would have missed that too. Okay. So yeah, purely a second half practice door, which we will probably need at some point. Kind of a surprisingly high clear rate for this, actually, given its apparent length. I was, of course, just saying the last time I was playing this game, when I was playing Mang Mang 69's level Pow Pow 69, that having these lengthier multi-section levels that are still restricted by the clear condition, and therefore benefit from a practice room, is something that I'm quite glad to see. There are a lot of clear condition concepts that need a bit of room to breathe, I think. But need some kind of practice solution to get around a lack of a checkpoint. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, this jump is extremely punishing. We just haven't been able to do it. For some reason, Russia decided to shoot itself into the foot, says Octoguy. Now you can't use credit cards, can't pay using Google or Apple Pay, can't play most mobile games, can't re-download your Nintendo Switch games. Yeah, I mean, that's very much the intent of the blowback to the Russian government doing its thing. It's kind of too bad that, you know, it's the ordinary consumer that had to bear the brunt of it. But where else is the pressure going to come from? let's see. Yeah, I was actually just reading about the McDonald's closure in the country. Kind of the end of an era. Okay, we go here, we go here. What happened to that bomb? Okay, there we. Oh no, we got hit at the very end. That's okay. Let's practice this a bit more. We'll go over here. We'll drop this. And of course, you know, even if you're not in Russia, as a Nintendo player, we are missing out on Advance Wars for the time being because of it, which is a small price to pay in the long run, I suppose. But it does make you wonder what their strategy will be eventually for launching that game at all. Coincidentally, it's actually something that happened with the original Advance Wars back in 2001, in that it launched in North America but not in other regions at the time because it was too close to September 11th. The negative 14th anniversary of the release of the original Super Mario Maker. Oops. Oops. That cat about to raise the clear rate? Oh, I certainly hope so. Yeah, Octoguy, I guess, I don't know if you're currently using a VPN solution for Twitch as well. And here we are. Okay. Over here. And Gensokyan, thank you for Necro Fantasia. We'll probably be closing the queue fairly soon, but like I said, if you got in, we'll hopefully get to your level before the stream is through. Twitch doesn't require a VPN. That surprises me. I know that people who were perhaps Russia-based broadcasters on Twitch had some kind of restrictions placed on them. Some kind of account closures happening, perhaps. I didn't know what the situation was for viewers, though. Anyway, here we are. I'll bump this guy. Let's leave ample headroom this time. Okay. And then we bump this. Oh, wait. Do we need to kick that? Yeah, no, I needed to kick that further in order to... Like, there's no point in just hitting that bomb and leaving it there. I needed to actually blow up the right side, didn't I? I didn't even read that ending properly because I thought, oh, okay, I'll just tap the bomb and that'll be it. But clearly not the case. If you hit the POW, that does get rid of the wiggler, though, and allow me to enter the pipe. And that would be the end of the first section. Currently, every streamer is on a Chinese network called Trovo, I see. With RPG mechanics. Yeah, I didn't know what the situation was there, like I said. Yeah, I don't speak Russian myself, but I'm acquainted with a fair number of people who do, and so it introduced me to things like Russian cinema all the time. And so there was a while when I was watching tons of stuff on the Mosfilm YouTube account, for instance, which I don't know if they're still up and running, given the sanction situation, but... Wait. How do I... I'd have to spin. I'd have to spin there. Like, you'd have to park the cloud here and then spin jump in order to kick the bomb over to the POW. Yeah, because the bomb would hit the spike. It would tug itself under the spike. The muncher falls on the bomb. It would detonate instantly. hitting the POW and eradicating the Wiggler. Okay, I understand it. Okay. Now let's see. And let's go up. Into the cloud and through. Okay, now we're going to do a spin. Good, very satisfying. Now, interestingly enough, if you enter the pipe while you're in a cloud, that doesn't fail the clear condition. I actually didn't know that. That's the cloud would take priority over the pipe landing. That's really quite interesting. Nope. Let's try it again. Nope, that's a failure. And that's what the practice is for. So yeah. Let's run through this segment again just so we understand it. Lump goes through. And then it's going to be spin jumps all the way over here. And then we need to actually hit the spin jump, of course. Which is going to be some trouble. Yeah, Supernova, that's an interesting discovery. And it's something that I think maybe a lot of people wouldn't know simply because of this being something that only pops up when you are using this clear condition at all. So, unless you've really kind of tested this stuff thoroughly, as in this case you have, like, it's just something I've never seen anybody use. Whoops. Okay, we failed the condition anyway. Let's practice this and make sure we've got it. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky series of landings. As you can see, I'm already failing every single jump. Okay, Grasshopper this one, and then we have to go around on this landing. We then spawn the mecha. Jump, jump, jump on this mole. Lower the platform. We're going to do a spin jump again. And then we need to keep the cloud alive for some time longer. No, we needed that spin jump, didn't we? On that Spiny. I feel like I needed the Spiny. Maybe. Let's see, we need to understand this segment. Okay. Whoops. Anyway, let's go over here. And yeah, we're already failing a number of these conditions, but I do want to try to learn what the method will be at the end of this section. So let's go back and see if we can figure that out. Nope. Yeah, when you... Yeah, stopping the shell in the middle here is going to be pretty much a failed condition. We need to figure out the correct timing to aim for to get over here. That's going to be a little too far to the left still. That's okay, we'll try to muddle through this. Wow, overshooting every time. Going to have some tricky landings here as I figure out this segment, I think. Okay. I need to get over to the mecha on the first available cycle if I can. Drop on this. Now, do I want a spiny walking right? I do. No. Okay, no, I just need to be fast, actually. If I'm fast enough, I can enter that pipe. And then this is already going to be the goal, so... And then this is just a matter of landing in the center without hitting the platform. And then that'll be the ending. I think we can do this. I think we can do it. We've seen the whole thing at this point. You've heard people that say Mario is just a game about jumping, and by that logic, FPS games are just about pointing and clicking. Well, aren't they? And... okay, down we go. You remember how your government tried to block Telegram and blocked 100 other networks in the process? Yeah. That... sounds like the kind of thing that would happen. Now let's see. No, I made a poor judgment over there. Jumping and pointing and clicking can be very interesting. I suppose so. I mean, that's basically, I don't know, Terraria, right? Where you're just kind of playing a platformer and building at the same time, and no interface is really ideal for either of those functions. I played a little bit of Terraria many, many years ago when it was in a much less feature-heavy state than it is reportedly in now, and I remember thinking, you know, all of the platforming elements to it, I'd rather be playing with a controller, but all of the building, I would, of course, much rather be playing with a keyboard and mouse, and so it was kind of an awkward synthesis of the two. I do know that there have been some things like touch-based solutions for the ports on 3DS and Wii U and so on, but I don't really keep up with that game, so I don't quite know what the interface situation is. Whoops. Okay, bomb. And like I said, this is the segment where you really notice that it's a document tribute level with the falling blaster columns. That's a signature trick that you see him use all the time. Okay. Yeah, this cloud spin jump is pretty cool. We need to be much faster about it the next time it comes around, though. Can't really afford any downtime on the next cloud. Okay. This timing is one that I'm having trouble with, so let's get in position. Whoop, no. Remember that one time when a guy got lost in the forest and started a giant village and defeated Cthulhu itself? I think that also describes like half the Kirby series, but in fact that almost completely accurately describes the, without spoiling too much, the most recent Kirby game, which we spent some time streaming back in March and April. If you know the Kirby series, that doesn't surprise you. They mainly end with Cthulhu. And, I mean, not so much in classic era Kirby when he would just get as far as DDD and stop there, like back in Kirby's Adventure. But these days, Kirby, I think, has some fairly ambitious foes. Now, we have seen a whole level, which is why I'm still pushing on this. I think that we can probably get in a pretty good attempt. It's mostly the bomb timing at the end of the second segment that most worries me right now. We probably should have gone through the practice room a few more times, in fact, just to see that. This part still worries me as well. This vine right here. But we're doing it. Whoops, no. Brain fart there. Terraria is one of those games where you can use a shark as a gun and a pickaxe. I don't think I got far enough to see that, but I believe it from what I have seen. Like I said, it's been patched many, many times over since I would have last looked at it. Probably at least 5 or 6 years ago. One of those games that just kept on receiving more stuff. Like Stardew Valley, for that matter, which I'm a few patches behind on as well. At this point, I'd just have to start a new file in it to see the new content and understand what's going on, but it's also such a massive time investment that I have not done so. In the end, I've just not seen the new Stardew Valley content from the last few years at all. Imagine 3D Terraria. You know what joke I'm about to say and you don't think that's that relevant? I was not about to say Minecraft, if that's what you were wondering. But close enough. Oops, and thank you for the follow. Oh, nope. Bad timing. And up we go. You'd love a 3D Terraria? Yeah, I don't know if I handled 3D space well enough to do that. But nope. That jump. That jump. Imagine how scary the Eye of Cthulhu would look in 3D. Well, I don't know. I'm not of the view that having something in 3 dimensions necessarily makes it scarier. But I'm one of those people who never adjusted well to video games all going 3D. Which is perhaps why I still play this much Super Mario. Whoops. Like I think I've commented on in the past on this stream, every generation of people who gets into video games kind of has this idea of what a, you know, default video game looks like in terms of the first genre that they have in mind when you talk about games. So for a particular generation, for instance, it would definitely be FPS. For the current generation, it probably is something like those third-person open-world adventures with tons of objectives and map markers and everything. For me, it has always been 2D platformers that are the first thing that come to mind. Oh, nope. Yeah, Supernova has been watching me for long enough that you're able to pick up on some of these subtle ironies that go on the stream. All the choices of words that are totally intentional. Whoops. There we go. Yeah. So the Buzzy Shell currently is being more of a hindrance than I expected. So that's the thing I'm, say, third most worried about. The thing I'm most worried about is the timing on the Cloud and Bomb segment at the very end of the second section. The thing I'm second most worried about is the vine jump around that block that we've been running into repeatedly over here. Third would be that Buzzy Shell, I think. Because that's been a problem. Probably should have gone back to the practice room for that one, in fact. But let's get over here. And I like the visibility of that landing. Like, you can really see that coming well in advance and just accordingly. Okay, here we go. I will not have the luxury of this much time on the next bomb. In terms of taking forever to get in position and park myself. I'll need to go much faster on the next one. Hey, we got it. First time. Oh, nope. I was a little worried about that one too. Natcat, do I ever play open-ended games? Yes, I do. Well, it depends on what you mean by open-ended. Like, if you mean games where you just kind of build, like in a sandbox, yeah, actually, that's one of the main things that I've always played. Outside of platformers, I've actually mainly played a lot of builder games, which, you know, dating back to a lot of 4X strategy, Civilization series, that kind of thing. But in recent years, things like Factorio, Don't Starve, Stardew Valley, as I was saying before. A lot of games like that, which is why it surprises people when I tell them that I actually have not played Minecraft. Because I'm pretty much the first person they would expect to have played a lot of that, but... Oh, whoops, I completely missed that. Bad move. Imagine a 2D remake of any 3D Mario game. I mean, that's what the 3D world theme in this game is, to some extent. To a limited extent. And it's funny that you say that, because when 2D Mario took that gigantic hiatus before the release of NSMB on the DS, one of the main things that was introduced in New Super Mario Bros. Was a lot of the 3D moveset that had developed since Mario 64. So it was the first game to feature things like the wall jumps, for instance. Wall jumps, ground pounds, that kind of thing. Like, a lot of the 3D Mario moveset showed up in 2D for the first time back in 2006, and so definitely, like, thinking about translating 3D Mario back into 2D is something that that game deserves full credit for, that really doesn't get talked about as much as it should these days, I think. Whoops. I looked over at chat. That was a chat dev. Have I played any of developed games like Team Fortress 2 or any of the Portal games? Yeah, I played both Portal games. I absolutely love the Portal series and kind of wish that something like a Twitch viewer level stream scene was around for the Portal 2 level editor back when it was in its prime. I don't know if there is still some kind of scene going for that, in fact. Like, people just submitting each other Portal 2 customs, but you can imagine that had Twitch and viewer levels and Qbots and such been much more of a thing back in 2011, that would have been a great way to keep that community going. And yeah, I'm generally not too much of a first-person shooter player, but I did enjoy Half-Life 2 and its associated episodes quite a bit. Even as somebody who's not much of an FPS player, so... Okay. Here we go. Nope. With B2 or Valve Hammer, you can make incredible Portal 2 levels. I was not aware of that. I know there have been a lot of Portal 2 mods and kind of mod packs that have been kind of separately distributed on Steam as their own projects. I have a whole bunch of them in my Steam backlog, in fact, but haven't looked at them yet. And Natcat, I am not outfitted with VR equipment, so... When I saw Half-Life Alyx announced, I basically told myself, well, I guess we'll see what that's like in 10 years' time when I can bother to get a VR setup going. Yeah, I've tried the current generation of VR at demo stations before, but there's not enough there to interest me right now in terms of having any kind of VR adoption at home, so... But if I eventually do get set up with that, certainly Half-Life will be one of the first priorities on the menu. So, let's bump this. And down we go. B2 is a modification program that lets you use any objects from Portal 2 in the editor, and Valve Hammer is the tool that they use... Ah, okay. For all of the other stuff in the engine. Okay, I see. So that must be how a lot of the more complete total conversion mod packs are made then. Okay, we need to practice this Buzzy Shell. It's a problem right now. We need to find an exact timing for it that's going to work. Because I can't afford to just map this out and guess every time. We're losing far too many attempts to this. So let's say we jump when it hits the muncher. Yeah, when it hits the muncher, we jump towards the central column. That's the timing. I needed to find something specific like that. I'm glad at least that the landmarks for that are very visible. That the muncher deflection timing gives me a very clear landmark to aim over her, so... And CD Rem, thank you for the Lego Blooper Backrooms. You're a little far back in the queue, so it might be some time before we get to you, possibly even a few hours, but if you're still here, we'll definitely try to pull that up. Hopefully, assuming that I don't have to depart for any emergencies, which unfortunately does sometimes happen. But certainly the intention will be to get through the rest of the queue today, so... And if I'm going to do that, I'd better close up soon, in fact. Let's say, yeah, this is going to be last call for submissions. After this attempt, I'm going to close. If I remember to do so, of course. Okay. Now, when it bounces against a muncher, then we jump and miss. Like I said, let's close the queue. It is a gigantic queue. We sometimes have some people drop out, though, so... Sometimes not as bad as it looks, but yeah, sometimes after closing the queue, as I'm doing right now, it takes me several hours to get through the rest. And I don't necessarily finish all the levels either. In fact, as a clear condition level, we might not necessarily beat this one unless I get a good attempt in soon. But at least we will not be locked behind a checkpoint. But yeah, Buzzy Shell is a problem right now, and I still haven't really gotten much practice with the second cloud and bomb area either. So, we've got some work to do. Also, I need to make sure my bot displays is closed. Okay, here we are. And, okay, there we are. And Gensokyan, you're saying you don't expect me to beat yours? Yeah, that's fine. This stream is much more about talking about levels rather than actually beating them. I mean, it's nice when I can beat them, but... Anyway, let's... down. But as long as we have, you know, something interesting to look at and... we'll hopefully get that together when we can. Okay, so let's time this out a little bit better. Muncher, land. Land, nope. What are my PC specs? Very low. I actually stream off of a laptop, which is why we occasionally have sound problems, because it is a heat-related issue with my CPU throttling, so far as I've been able to determine. I think I probably need to check my HDMI cables as well, in fact. We have a couple of technical limitations here. I am planning to do a new build eventually. I've been putting that off for several years because of the situation in the graphics card market. And we'll see if that situation kind of responds to the recent downturn in the crypto market. Because basically I've been putting off PC upgrades, or a new build entirely rather, for ages and ages. I completely missed that. So. Anyway. So yeah, I'm not even using an external GPU or anything, so. Just everything on board right now. That will hopefully change sooner rather than later, and then I can catch up on a lot of stuff I've been unable to play. Or unable to stream. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I only really stream off my Switch. I can't really handle much in terms of streaming and playing off the PC at the same time. When things are running directly on a PC rather than through my capture card. Whoops. Okay, Supernova, we're going to try to make one more deep attempt on the Buzzy Shell on the other side, and then we may have to call it just to move through more of the cube. Obviously, I will want to beat this one. With a more sustained session later in the week if I don't get it now. Just as we did last time. And who knows, maybe that'll go quickly. Yeah, just in the interest of getting through more of the queue today. Because... we'll see. But I'll try to get as far as the Buzzy Shell at least once more. Is a GTX GPU better than an RTX GPU? I thought the RTX series was specifically labeled as such because of the support for the real-time ray tracing that they've been working in. I thought that was the naming scheme, but somebody who knows their GeForce cards better than I do can clarify that. Whoops. No. Plenty of room to slip here. Yeah. Let's try this again. Whoops. And yeah, that jump is still a problem, even after practice. Hang on, getting a bit antsy about this first cloud. Some GTX GPUs have basic RTX features implemented. Okay, so I'd have to look that up myself, to be honest. I don't know the current market too well, despite waiting for an opportunity to buy in. And yeah, as Natcat was saying, there's been a bit of a knock-on effect on RAM prices as well. So it's just been a bad time to do a build, I think. Which is unfortunate. Okay, let's... We're dying to the first cloud now. That's probably a sign that I should maybe concede defeat on this relatively soon, given that I'm not even making a first cloud anymore. Yeah, actually, Supernova, let's okay, let's do one more practice run on the shell just to see if I can get the timing down, and then we will call it for now. And if we can stay long enough today to get back to it at the very end, we will, but I doubt it. So if I don't get back to it today, we'll try to do the catch-up stream later in the week, as we very often do. You know how it works around here, so... And of course, it's on the practice attempts that I always manage to get that. You know what, let's do the practice attempt anyway so we can see the bomb timing at the end, since I haven't actually done that successfully. Or not. That's okay. Well, thank you for that, Supernova. I do want to push through it. But we need to do it another day. Eclippy, if you're still here, thank you for your extreme patience, since it has been some time since you submitted. Do let me know if you are still here, and we will punch this in. I believe you said this was a troll level. We'll try to get what we can done in a reasonable amount of time, but CW, Episode 5, Cheap Wars, I see. The Cheap Strikes Back. I think it was yesterday that was the 42nd anniversary of the release of The Empire Strikes Back. I mean, Star Wars, with the original and prequel trilogy, was always released in late May, so that would kind of make sense. Let's see how we do. First clear on this version, at least. Thanks for offering that, and hopefully we'll put this version through its paces. So, yeah, we can, of course, jump again, which is an important distinction. That's going to drop, and then we need to kind of go right after that. So we just need to sort out that timing. And then that's safe from here, except they bounce to the left. Now, why would we be jumping through here? Because that would fall unless you go quickly. Alright. Yeah, let's go to the right, and we just need to speed through it, I suppose. Assuming that we can enter the pipe, and that we're not looking for some other exit. Okay, no, that's a no, and then it leads you down to the red pipe, so just shows you the relevant clues as you go. I think the bump was supposed to bump me into the coin down below, but, you know. We'll figure this out as we go. Okay. Muncher comes in and crushes the mushroom. That would happen even if I go for the mushroom, because I'd get trapped on top of the donut block, so we do not touch the Muncher. I feel like I can actually beat the Cheep, so I go fast directly. And just run to the right if we want to speed through it. What's this? P... I might not want that. What's this? Fuzzy, okay. Interesting. Now why would I want to do that? Okay, so you don't want to hit the P because it drops Boom Boom, but maybe I do want the Buzzy to bounce because... Yeah, because there's a one-way panel under the P. I could see that myself anyway, in fact. Ah, I see. That if the Buzzy walks over, then this dumps the P. And that's okay, because if it dumps the P, that means we won't hit it. And in fact, if we hit the shell... no, we need to hit the P from down here, because that kills the blaster and allows me to go forward. And it's going to be a slow thwomp, so we just need to not go for the 50 coin, as tempting as it may be. Let's remember to run off the top. Okay, so get this, grab the P-switch. Get the P-switch down here. Go through this way, dodge the thwomp. Now what happens if we follow the thwomp up? Door, okay. And how is that one matched? Fee. Okay. Well, either this is made for Feeny or we're just paying a really large fee. Fish. Oh, fish, okay. Alright, so there's a scroll break after a certain point. Now what happens if we go back on the lower level? Let's take a look. Nothing, okay. So this is giving me some kind of clue about the scroll break. Perhaps. We know there's a scroll break. We know that going all the way back to the left is just a spike. So let's see what this is telling me about how I can proceed. The scroll break is going to change something here. A ground block off the top means that I can't go over. Why would I need a fish here? Yeah, okay, so I see that there's a hard block column that's kind of here. It's just an anti-soft lock, okay. So we missed something, or we just need to not go through that door. That would be the most reasonable explanation here. Now, if it's just an anti-soft lock, given that we're not tucked behind any kind of checkpoint, why wouldn't I just restart? As soon as I recognize that. I mean, I would just restart. At least it's not, you know, one of those really tedious antis. So let's say we move this. That goes down, okay. That breaks. Alright. This is baiting something. Okay. And that's a fish. Alright, we'll just navigate our way back there. Same kind of sequence as before. There's another part where you get there after a checkpoint. I see. Oh yeah, if I think about how there's the blue pipe that's meshed with that, as well as the door. That makes sense. And the queue is closed for now. Oh, blue pipe, okay. But this blue pipe is still pre-checkpoint, so probably not the same kind of thing. Let's just go back there and puzzle that out. It's actually been quite some time since anybody has sent me a troll. I haven't received too many of those recently. Okay. Down to pipe. So we spin jump onto thwomps. That thwomp looks like it's a side thwomp that's going to move its way over and probably kill the Koopa that's on the right. Let's go back to the left if I spin on this guy. No. Okay, and that's a push. Okay, and then I get trapped here. So I actually wanted to spin in such a way that I would drop on top of that and then go right. That's understandable, yeah. Thwomp hits on the left side, I wind up on the right side of that thwomp, and then we proceed. Yeah, no, unfortunately the queue's not open because it's quite long at this point. I don't know if I'll be able to fit in any more after that. Because we're still going to be on for the next few hours, probably, just finishing it. Yeah, sometimes if I finish quickly enough, I will reopen the queue to people who came in after closing. But today the queue is so lengthy that I would not count on that. I don't really expect it to happen. Okay. This spin jump is totally baiting you over to the thwomp. Now, why would it be doing that? Okay, so a standard jump is going to get you through a position that allows you to activate the on-off switch and then land in that location, and then... So we don't actually need to spin for that. Okay. You waited so long for that. Yeah, you've been around for quite a while at this point, I suppose. Let's switch to Ouija. On the next attempt. That will take effect after Mario has picked the wrong path this time around. Okay, fairly steady progression through this so far. We'll do this quickly. Up we go. And we need to skip the fish. Interesting landing on top of that door. There's a checkpoint. And that's going to dunk me. Okay. At least we know. Needed to have a pretty clear understanding of what was going to happen there. Well. Eventually. Interesting on-off switch, and for that matter, a hard block implying some kind of scroll break on this side. Oh, that's interesting. And that pushes and that destroys it. Okay, I see. I wonder if that will be required then. Yeah, okay, because there's one in particular that would push it to the left. And let's see about that. Alright. So, fire drops over here. That doesn't seem to be doing too much to me so far. Whoops, fish. It's funny because I thought I could probably spin on top of that. I probably did need to do something like that, in fact. Let's see here. Yeah, Luigi is always quite willing to take over promptly upon Mario just deciding to kick the bucket. Now, I don't know that there's anything I can do here, because... Oh, no. Okay, so we did hit that and we managed to spawn the spring. That was the solution. Okay. I feel like the whole flower thing on the left is probably just some kind of bait. It is possible, if your timing is absolutely kind of perfect on this, to hit the flower and have a block push it to the left. But there's no reasonable way that I can really control that myself, I think. Okay, let's spawn that guy. Yeah, there's no real way to do it without just having the flower get crushed. So I'm not expecting that's going to be relevant. We also don't know what the on-off switch is doing just yet. Yeah, it looks like jumping into that position gets perhaps within range of a claw drop on that spring. We'll see if we can do anything with that. We'll just play with the on state right now, just to get a sense of what can happen while we're still... Whoops. Seemingly making some kind of progress. And yeah, no worries, Octoguy. This is a long, long queue sometimes. And if you can't stay long enough today, do catch me some other time. Whoops. I feel like I should have kept that snowball. That's interesting. Yeah, I feel like I needed to keep that snowball, in fact. Mole's up top. Yeah, the mole's just gonna dunk you. I think I'm dead here. I don't see a way to deal with either of those. I guess if you keep the camera low, you can jump up and you can get up the pipe before the moles come out. But failing that, I would want to take the snowball that we saw earlier. So, oh no, or you can do this. That works too. Except now this guy is still in the way. And the blue pipe, anyway, might be matched with the blue pipe for the anti-soft lock, so we should probably not mess around with that too much. Whoops. Maybe it was possible to enter the green pipe. We didn't really check that properly. Okay, tap this. Grab this up. Go over this way. And then we'll settle this down here. I'm actually a little concerned that I'll kick it now, though. Okay, no, we'll do that. We'll do this. Oh, okay, it spawns wigglers consistently. Alright, now let's see if this is matched to the ante that we saw. And no mushroom? Well, we don't have one, so that's good. Do I want to hit this? Probably not. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, I probably should have hit that. No mushroom, though. We didn't have a mushroom. guess we will have to take the death on the Boom Boom. And yeah, Octa Guy, that's why I run things in such a way that, you know, if people want to leave for a bit and come back, that's absolutely fine. I completely expect that. Also, we will usually have at least some people who do have to drop out, so it does happen. Whoops. Nope, didn't mean to do that. That's okay. We can always check the red pipe for the moles. Nope, nothing. So it is going to be the Boom Boom area, which, once again, we can do if we have the snowball. I actually haven't seen what happens if I don't hit the on-off switch. But, whoops, gonna be a fish down to coins on the right side. And, oh, okay, we didn't have anything dunk it this time. I see, because you do need something to drop down. Okay, no, I see what happened there. Was that we spawned it on the right side, I think, before we... Oh, I accidentally hit start over. That's okay. We know how to get back. I forgot that it was past checkpoint. That's okay. Not too much of an execution barrier to get back there, at least. Invisible pipe under the pokey so you can jump under it. Well, we will see about that. Okay, we'll land on the red block. Missed the fish. Rather luckily. And yeah, we got back here quickly. We hit the on-off switch before we inadvertently block the blaster that comes down. Invisible block under the pokey. Okay. But I probably don't want to do that if I want to keep the snowball, right? Which I do want to do if I want to get past a wiggler. Okay, what's that? And okay, I see, because if you're fast enough, you just don't deal with the wiggler. I guess that's the idea. Alright, nothing too concerning over here. Now we should probably hit this block. You don't need a snowball, just beat the wiggler to the pipe. Well, that's okay. I did it anyway. Oh, I see. This was probably a progressive power-up, perhaps, such that if you had the mushroom, you would have some issue with the mushroom check on the other side. Oh, okay, but you do need to take damage on the icicle, so... I guess the mushroom check is for anybody who somehow miraculously managed to get the fire flower on the previous room. But yeah, you would need the mushroom to punch through here. Interesting. Okay. That's alright, we'll try that again. Oh, this thing didn't drop, okay. That's okay, we'll just die to the fire. Yeah, we need to go directly to the left side before the blaster spawn position becomes an issue. There we are. Isn't there a fish here? Oh, there was. Yeah. Okay. We'll do it this way in case I'm slow. Yeah, like I said, I know you don't actually need it, but we'll be extra careful. So we want the mushroom to activate what is on the other side. We don't want to pick it up yet, but we do want to pick it up here. That's okay. Taking a bit of damage there is fine. Except I needed to come under here and hit this stuff instead of... Yeah, this was a mistake. I wanted to not jump instinctively up here, but sneak in through here. And then hit the appropriate block to continue. Okay. We can probably manage that. Oh, once again, I still don't really know what's controlling that blaster gate. I guess we did something wrong there. I thought it was the on-off switch. Okay. Maybe that's not right. Actually, what happens if I just go straight there? Whoops. Yeah, so the blaster does drop right away, but it doesn't necessarily spawn to fire if I go there too quickly, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, maybe going to the left runs into a spawning problem with it. Okay. It doesn't load in sometimes, but it is the on-off. Yeah, probably something to do with my camera position in the drop initially in terms of whether blaster has already been loaded. Oops, that's okay, we'll just do it fast this time. And yeah, Octoguy will be sure to wake you when the time comes. Okay, there we go. Now let's hit some of this stuff. Okay. Yeah, we have to go left to grab the mushroom up here afterwards. Okay. And yeah, Octoguy, feel free to come back later, for sure. No worries. Okay, so if I don't go left at all and don't activate something that was being activated, then I think the blaster drop still works in my favor. Yeah, just like that. So, we're breaking something here, but here we are. Then at this, do things the long way again, just because. Okay. Then we'll head through. Mushroom and then to the left. Fire is going to drop with me. Does that ignite a bomb? There's a big fish over here. Okay. Oh, timing here is going to be a little bit rough, perhaps. Now, why would I want to hit the on-off switch here? I feel like I was supposed to get in here with the on state, and getting it here with the off state is fine. This looks tricksy. That's fine. Interesting. Coins there. Now why is that telling me to throw to the left? Probably because we want to hit the on-off switch, but we need to hit it twice. We hit it twice, probably something to do with the bomb spawning here. You know what? We're going to shoot the bomb to the right. We're going to blow up that block. We're going to respawn through this door. Okay, interesting. We come back here. Okay, so we actually do need to get the bomb instantly. Oh, no, maybe not actually, because you can destroy those blocks afterwards. Okay. And yeah, Cameron, there's no problem with you dipping out for a bit either, given that you're back and forth position. And okay, Wiggler Insurance once again. Thank you for follow. Just gonna get the bounce, grab this, grab the next mushroom. And we tap this and go around. There's gonna be some kind of bomb over here. Okay. Now let's figure out how this is going to go. Hitting the on-off switch is going to release this bomb here. We don't want to chase it down. We don't chase it down, then how do I proceed? Let's see. And yeah, ProQuad, welcome. Hope you're doing well on your end. We want to fall immediately into it, I think. Nope. But if I fall immediately into it, I need to kind of bounce off of it back to the left. It is maybe a little execution dependent to do the thing that I want to do with it. But we'll see. Might be something I'm missing with that. Or with the whole on-off interaction there in general. Maybe the right thing to do is to just proceed directly. But we'll see. Soon enough. I'm gonna switch on the other side. Yeah, so perhaps it's not really breakable this way in a way that I would like to see. Okay. There we go. Fish is going to come out. Okay, great. Interestingly enough, I can kind of hot potato the bomb over here. No, that would be kind of timing dependent. Like if you toss the bomb... Well, let's do this. And then we can try to just get on the other side, I suppose. Let's get it. Whoops. I just missed a jump. That was unfortunate. I just completely missed a jump. Alright, let's do that again. And we'll grab this. Come back out. Oh, you said it was a block under here, right? I somehow have trouble believing that. Oh, there we go. That was an easy way to check. stand on the last bullet bill launcher? Yeah, we'll see when I get there. Okay. Let's try it again. Wait for the fish. And on-off switch up there, okay. Assuming we don't see any particular tricks. Now, interestingly enough, when we respawn at checkpoint, it's going to be in the on state. Oh, interesting. Seesaw trick there. I guess we just need to go back for that. It might be a mandatory death anyway, though, given the on-off swap. Or we just need to go straight through. Okay, or we just go like this. Kind of wonder what the on-off state affects here, then. Yeah, this is here just as a distraction to try to encourage you to die to this. The point here is to go quickly. Okay. Oh, no. The box is there for a reason. We probably should have paid attention to that. Yeah. Neat little seesaw trick there with getting disguised in that position. Now, this is interesting, because how shall I get up there? Doesn't look like there's a good place to stand. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. This looks like a massive distraction as well. We'll see what that affects. Okay, left side. I'm going to tap the P-switch from this side. Possibly even let it expire. Muncher is going to hit the seesaws on either side. The gate's going to open. Possibly there's a second P-switch activation that happens afterwards. We'll try it. It comes down on this side. Okay. Nothing too tricksy there. Okay. This looks like a trick. Let's drop this. Okay. You never know. Worth a try. I was kind of surprised that the rectangle to the right of the star was honest about where I could have obtained it. Left side here. Okay. This seems fine. Mostly there to just trick you out with drop location, I suppose. Which is not too bad. They're just bouncing all day up there. I wonder if the star needs to expire before I go through the door. It does. And then it's going to be some kind of pick a power up after that. That will need to resolve when we get there. Okay. Left side. Yeah, this bit is seemingly straightforward. We'll do this again. We'll let it expire. And we'll bounce immediately out on the other side. Now here's something interesting. Blue pipe, I believe, is going to be the anti-soft lock, so we're going to get neither of these. I choose neither. Okay. Like I was saying about the blue pipe. Okay, fine, we'll do the anti. So I guess I needed to do something about the Koopa after all. Anyway, this is going to be a big fish. Seems like we're probably reasonably close to the end at this point, though. Well, always grateful for anti-soft locks that are not that bad in terms of anything that's going to bounce you around a room for 400 seconds at a time. Of course, I might be speaking too soon if we're going to get bumped by something here, but nope. That's going to work just fine. I'm still wondering if getting here with the off state does anything interesting. All of this, though, seems reasonably straightforward. And we'll just push through. And then we'll bend over here. Wait this out, bounce. Okay, so let's say we go for the Koopa shell. Alright. Well, I mean, we do have to try that. There's no other exit that seems valid here. Okay. Ah, okay, so we just need to get within proximity and then wait. And then we do need the mushroom, though, or at least damage frames to get through to that side. Yeah. Big fish pointing up here also looks like a rocket projectile. Let's bump this guy. Get on top. Up, down. And up we go. Same idea here. No real surprises as we make our way back. And through we go. Same idea over here. I guess we will either wait or we'll try to stand over here to trigger it. Okay, there we go. Now what? Going to drop me to the goal. Ah, okay, the blaster is positioned there. I was trying to look for that opening. Also notice the icicle that is up top, above that part of the gate. So, a couple of different things to watch out for here. At the very end. I want to go over the icicle at the top of that gate, I think. But at least we now have a clear sense of where the blaster position is in the final room. And it should be fairly simple to get back there without too much room for execution errors along the way. Let's not jinx it though. We'll dip out. And wait. And wait. There we go. And I think we just wait for a timer at this point. So that drops me, the fish comes down. We need to go over the icicle. What's this? Not fish. We need to bounce on top of the fish, perhaps, to get over to the icicle. Unless we just go like that, and then go like this. There we go. Well, thank you for that, Clippy. I hope that was a decent enough playtest for you to work with. And thanks for offering me first clear on this version, at least. Yeah, I hope we kind of managed to flow through it with things working approximately the way they would. I guess it was that one spot after checkpoint 1 with the on-off switch on the left side and the blaster drop on the right side that might have some spawning issues depending on where the player is going to point the camera. And in terms of what's going to be within spawning range, that's one spot to look at. There might be some other ones that we don't remember. But for now, let's move on. Now, we have a really long queue. I will not necessarily be spending as much time per level for the rest of the stream, but we'll try to give each level at least a decent look. So, might have to have a few that we don't necessarily clear, but we'll make the best of it. Nintenium, if you're here. As always. Grassy Plains, a platforming level. What's this all about? You see, you know that I just played a troll level when I'm looking at this and thinking, must be a fish. It's not a fish. It is almost as tasty. Okay, let's bounce off of this stuff properly. Whoops, should have taken that arrow seriously. I was kind of wondering how that landing was going to work. It's going to work well enough. And then up we go. What are we dunking here? Oh, just needed to be a little faster about that spin jump and do a low bounce, and then that's almost to the door. So. Yeah, pretty smooth blind read on this though, which is always nice to see. Certainly no glaring issues with visibility. As always, I have to admire how the claws are dangling off the mushroom platforms instead of hanging from midair. Okay. Nope. Too slow on that. I need it to spin pretty much immediately. And stay nice and low so we can get onto spike top as soon as possible. Yeah, just a nice low bounce. Still landing a little too far to the left. Surely we can make some improvements. And up we go. Okay, no, I still have this problem with hitting the note block on my way to the right, and that's the issue. We'll need to tighten that up somehow. Same with this little ceiling bump there that seems precisely placed to dunk me, if I'm not being careful. Yeah, same idea here. We could have actually climbed onto that vine there, but that would have been a terrible idea. Okay, why am I repeatedly doing that now? I think we need to do a bit of a timing fix. Because I am starting to make that mistake repeatedly. Yeah, there we go. Need to go a little bit lower under that arrow. There we are. Much better. Okay, let's do this. Moment of truth. Alright, now let's see this bit here. I need to get off the icicle before too long. Fish. Not fish. And there we are. Thank you for that, Nintenium. Yeah, despite occasionally just missing that shell that went under the arrow, I actually do think that was pretty decently signaled. And it was a fun little bit in this level as well. Nice little flourish there, as always. So thank you for the submission, and as always, for your patience in waiting so long to be played. Spencer 2B, if you are still here, please check in. I do see you on the lurk list at least, so we'll just give you a moment to signal your presence. And if it should happen that you're not here, we'll just move on down. Octoguys said they would be back within the next half hour as well, so we'll be fairly generous about this stuff, perhaps. Spencer 2B is here. Excellent. Thank you for waiting. Let's see if we can make it through this queue. Scootin' boopin' in the sky, LBP. Is a rainbow heavy? No, it's pretty light. This is a very fresh upload, so thank you for offering me the first clear. Oh, LBP must be the low-budget puzzle contest that I believe was very recently announced. Yeah, I don't remember what the conditions were for the low-budget puzzle contest, but I'd be happy to test this anyhow. Scroll is going to take me up a little bit in the initial segment, as you can see. I think the idea will be to bump the POW off the track somehow. Okay, anyway. Notice the block that is on the top right. Let's see what we can do with that. I think the idea is that we need to lift Yoshi somehow, and then where do we go from there? Let's see. Track switching is going to move the POW. Here we have a couple of the semi-solids doing their thing. Eventually the POW is going to come down to this element of the track and move back and forth. We probably need to do something with the P-switch in order to relocate the POW and bump it from one segment to the next. In order to do that, I might need some way to... I mean, I think the POW eventually does have to lift Yoshi. It's the only thing I can really think of here. We can also eventually hit the P-switch to see what happens with that, but I believe the P-switch is actually going to be a positioning tool. So let's see if we do this. And it's going to sail back. Okay, and then it's going to cycle through here. Which tells me that I'm probably going to be using the P to do some repositioning. Particularly because we need the off state here in order for that to come around. So let's think about this. Yeah, because notice the cloud that is in this position over here. Now, P's not going to do anything. I'm just kind of using a positional marker here. Yeah, because the POW is on tracks layer, obviously. It's not going to do anything for me. Now, let me try a little something here, though. Yeah, tracks layer is not going to interact. However, you can probably load the P on top of the POW. And if I load the P on top of the POW, then it is going to drop the P where? Oops. Indeed, if I sail on top of the POW, like this, whoops, totally lost that thing. Yeah, so if I loaded something on top of the POW, it would probably drop in here in this position. So the thing we currently need to do is to find a way for the POW to make it over this jump here. And I feel like I would need to do some kind of head bump on it in order to do that. Okay, there we go. And then it goes back, which is a bit of a problem. 2 consecutive bounces here looks like it's going to be correct, though. We stand on this location. Oh, whoops. And then we can probably just juggle it. We probably just walk and juggle it until it lands here. In the on state, though, it would go forward and lift Yoshi. In the off state, it is actually going to pop back onto this side. So we do kind of need to figure out what to do with the P-switch as a positional tool. Currently, we don't have an answer for that. Whoops. We don't want to catch it either. I want to stand in a particular location that would allow me to bump my head under it. Whoops. But probably not there. I feel like I would need to use the P as some kind of obstruction. Or if I have the P on top of it in the first place. Yeah, Octoguy, you're next after this one. We'll see how far we can get. Well, the double bump is going to be relevant to something at some point, and then we need to figure out what to do at this point to prevent the POW from coming onto this track. It needs to land on this track while the state is back to on. Let's hit some of this stuff anyway, first of all. Yeah, so eventually the P-switch needs to be hit so you can go through there. I think the idea is you hit the P-switch, you then jump off Yoshi, and then you head over to the right side. Either that, or the POW gets loaded onto this track. And in fact, the track here kind of implies that perhaps the POW should be making its way up there anyway. Octoguy, yes, I did beat a troll level. Didn't take too long, actually. At least I don't think it did. So one thing that we can do here is that if the donut block has been dropped, then I'm able to stand down here instead. Then the POW comes through. Now, it seems to imply that I need to drop that, whoops, and get back here really quickly. No, hang on. So, activating the P-switch. So this puzzle, activating the P-switch allows me to get through the block that's on the top right. That seems to be the objective right now. I'm currently trying to use the POW to load Yoshi up to see if that will do anything for me. So, also, one thing that we need to check, obviously, is any kind of P jump. Like, it should not be able to reach, but we'll check this kind of thing anyway, because de-cheesing stuff is important. We will check this anyhow. Okay. Spill out some speed. Yeah, no, didn't think so. E-jump wouldn't get there. Since you're the next level, you'd like to ask me some questions. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, whoops, totally didn't expect to jump through that. But that might lead to some valuable insight here. Am I good at sight-reading auto-scroll levels? Well, we'll see. It depends on the auto-scroll level. So if I load it onto the track on the right side, maybe I can reposition it again after that. Yeah, because I feel like bumping into this position will allow it to go low enough to fall onto the right side track, but the issue is this donut. And we currently don't have a good solution for that. In terms of lowering this donut, having it not respawn so soon. If I bump it to the left, I think maybe I have a bit more time on the POW, but I don't know that for a fact. Am I good at platforming in critical situations? Well, how critical are we talking about? So yeah, so far no access to Yoshi. I feel like we need to use the P. The P... Can I block the donut block with it? I don't think so. I think the donut block is going to respawn all the time regardless, because that's how donut blocks work. But then can I use the P to do some kind of positional trickery that will allow me to bump the POW along a different trajectory? Let's think about that. Or if I load the P on top of the POW, as I was doing before. Okay, not quite. It's still going to go back. But that's a function of the direction that it's going, right? Like, if I get this to go down below... Oh, also, I can just jump up here to do something with Yoshi to displace him, perhaps. Like, just jump up... Whoops. Or bump him... This? Okay, now this is interesting. I hadn't really considered what I can do with Yoshi in this position previously, but... if I can get Yoshi over here, use the P, come back down, lift him. No, because Yoshi doesn't get lifted by that. But if we use the POW, hang on. Whoops. Yes, the puzzle has a goal. The puzzle's goal is to get through the top right block. That's obviously not the answer. We can't just up-throw the POW anywhere we like. However, there may be a way to mount Yoshi that we haven't considered. No, I think Yoshi does need to be raised. But if Yoshi is in this side, then Yoshi can afford to be raised by the POW coming up while this track is in the off position, which is potentially interesting. And yeah, Cameron, take all the time you need. Because I certainly will. So it's going to come down here. I wonder if there's a good place that I can stand at this point in its pattern. Hang on. Yeah, because I'm trying to see if there's a good way to have it load me in a particular position. Let's watch this POW pattern once again. And Octoguy, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. I was going to come up to here. That's not going to help. Anyway, we know how to reposition Yoshi. That's an important development here. That'll we position Yoshi here, for instance, I can do something. Now the P will not be able to lift him. Interestingly enough, though, the P kind of deflects off Yoshi like that. That's potentially interesting. Actually, I hadn't thought about that interaction. But yeah, if we manage to bump the POW down to the right side track now with the off states. And if we manage to stand here, perhaps as it's coming up. Nope, but well, we can reverse its direction though. What do we put the P here? Yeah, because... Oh, whoops. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to put myself in a position where I could kind of sandwich the POW. Let's see. You got a solid concept for Maker 2 levels? Yeah, go ahead and tell me. How solid could it possibly be? I guess we'll find out. Alright, we placed a P-switch over here. Yeah, once again, it's just this donut block that's restricting my timing here. I wonder about this one-way panel, too. I wonder what this is all about. This seems like an interesting restriction. Yeah, so if we bump it to the left, then we have a little bit of extra time. But that doesn't actually get me anything. That doesn't really allow me to change its position at all, so... I was going to come back here, okay. Might be something I'm just missing. Yeah, that's the thing about these low-budget style puzzles is that they are sometimes quite a lot more difficult, in fact, than puzzles that have more elements to play with. and interact with, because they usually reduce to some kind of weird edge case that I can very easily miss, just from previous experience with playing some of these. It's something I associate with a few specific makers, like a Bird Dog, for instance, a couple of puzzle makers who kind of specialize in this format. And yeah, Octoguy, what you're describing, was seen a couple of variations on that that are interesting. Let's see. We're still definitely missing something. I haven't really progressed past this double tap here. So there are a couple of things we can consider. First of all, finding some way to get past this donut block as a speed impediment. We know that standing here is just going to bump the POW to this way. We don't want that to happen. We also know that activating the POW is going to drop the coin completely once we hit the P switch, but we probably don't want to do that. We know that we can move, whoops, Yoshi to the left side of the Y junction, but why we would want to do that, I don't know, because we would expect at that point that the POW would still be in the on state in order for it to push through this location. I feel like loading the P on top of the POW is going to be something relevant. Notice that we got squished by the wall. Yeah, I have to think pretty closely about the principles of how the track slayer actually works. And yeah, Octoguy, I think I recognize the kind of concept you're describing. We may pull one of those up fairly soon, in fact, if I don't make any more headway on this one. I can usually get puzzles like this, it just might take a bit of experimentation, and so we'll see, because right now I don't quite see what I'm missing yet. I mean, let's think about what we can do to alter our positioning. We know that the direction in which I bump the POW is going to affect the way that it goes down this track. If I bump it to the left, it falls in this track and goes right. If I bump it to the right, it falls in that track and goes left. Or it lands on this track and goes left. If I'm in the mood for hint, we'll see. We'll see. Let's... I usually try to go without it, but obviously I haven't made too much headway in some time here, so... Yeah, the donut block seems pretty significant. I mean, it is a massive speed bump. That's the main thing it's doing for me here. I don't really have a good way of obstructing it. Or having it work with my timing on this end. Now, interestingly enough, the POW can cycle through here for as long as it wants. Which means that I can get on top of this donut block, get back on the other side, launch the POW, and then get under the donut block. Except... okay. No, that timing isn't going to work at all, I don't think. Oh, maybe it will. Let's see about that timing, because that's the adjustment that we've been able to make so far, is just to hit the donut block at a last possible moment. Like, when the POW is already sailing back to the left side. And I bet I can beat the donut block, and then let's see what my position will be like afterwards. It's going to be on top of that cloud. I stand on top of that cloud at the end of that pattern. It's the main adjustment that we can make here. And then, no, that's still going to be much too slow. Yeah, no, the donut block is still going to be too much of a speed bump. Electro Dude, welcome. Now I can always... so we should also think about whether there is a way to remotely activate the on-off. I don't think there is. Also, notice the way that I scrolled up into this room at the beginning. Yeah, there's nothing on the bottom here, so unfortunately I can't just drop something and pass it that way. But I want to stand here, I'm pretty sure. And I want to bump the POW over to the right side in this location. And in order to do that, I may need to do something with this P. Or use the objects to kind of do some kind of pinching maneuver that's going to force me into a certain location. Also, I can bump the POW multiple times. It's just that if I bump it to the right, it's going to land on this track. Which leads to an interesting implication, because it means that I could potentially juggle it. If I'm careful. It seems like that would not be a solution because it's a bit execution heavy, but... Oops. Might be some merit to thinking about it that way. And yeah, Octoguy, that's a pretty vivid description of what it is we're doing here with this level. I mean, this is Mario Maker. We're going to be doing quite a lot of things with this P. Whoops. That's been true at least since the days of Panga's P-Break back in Mario Maker 1. So you can juggle the POW. If I juggle the POW, perhaps I can get in position to remove this donut block. Except I'd be running back and forth and I wouldn't really be able to stay on the donut block for long enough at any given time. It is also such an execution-dependent thing that I really don't think it feels like a solution. It just doesn't seem right. It's something to do with this P that we just haven't picked up yet. And whoops. Okay. Let's see here. Not quite right. I doubt it would be something like that. You just can't really park on top of the donut block for nearly long enough. Yeah, because I really don't think that's going to be it. So anyway, we know how to bump Yoshi. We know that Yoshi probably can't be raised without the use of the POW, given that this is sort of the whole point of the puzzle. See how you can do this particular interaction. Kind of interesting to see this priority as well, with the P just bouncing off of Yoshi. I do wonder if that's going to be something relevant here. What if I make the P block fly and stand in the donut block's place? Like here? Yeah, it's not going to block it though. I don't think that's right. What do you think about that? There might be something else we can do with it. Like using it to create some kind of head restriction. You know, for example, placing it here such that I can kind of jump across. Or, you know, bump my head onto P and then do a low jump over to this side. Ah, that's it. That's it. That's absolutely it. That's absolutely it. That's the way to do it. Whoops. Nope. I missed, but I'm pretty sure we have it. Took me way too long to see this. Way too long to see it. I feel like I will probably need to load the POW onto the next track as well, but... Yeah, we have the coin, now what? No, I think we needed to drop the POW. At that point, we hit the P, we then consume the POW. We actually need to go under, I think. Oh. Wait, if you remove this block, then what happens? I don't actually see... Oh, no, I know. We actually need the POW. We need to stand here. We then need to move the POW such that it pushes me to the right side. It's going to push me off the screen because currently the camera is locked in such a way that prevents it from doing that. So, in order to do that, we need to figure out how to move the POW up to this part of the track. And we can probably do that. Like, it is going to come over here. We're tall now because we have Yoshi. And then... Oh, that was not it. Yeah, no, I need to move the POW up here so it shoves me. Because the camera control is blocking off the goal right now and keeping it off screen, but I believe we'll be able to fall on top of it. Which makes me think that we're probably not done with the P-switch yet. Anyway, we made a pretty fairly major breakthrough. Sound is dead, Electro Dude. Thank you for alerting me to that. It's been a few hours since we last encountered that, but it does happen. So give me one moment. We'll be right back. So we know how to get the POW block to this position, and we know how to race Yoshi. What we don't have is some way to get the POW block up to this part of the track. Now, while the state is still on, the POW is going to float around on the right side of the track. And if we move it to the left, it's going to come out here pretty much right away. And that's not going to go. But, well, let's see. Anyway, we know how to do this with the P at least. And we'll load Yoshi and then we'll consider our options from there. Oh, nope, didn't want to grab it. Mistake. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to do it, but at least we have the general principle. No, wrong way. needs to go right. So as long as we stand on a cloud, we're fine. Okay. Oh, whoops. No, let's let it loop around. Nope. That's okay. We're still alive. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Hang on. A couple of execution problems along the way, but we'll try to fix it up. By the very nature of this positioning, things are going to be rather subtle when it comes to the movements that we have to make. Nope. Have to be careful not to bump it to the left. So some things here are going to be execution dependent. I just need to stop on that cloud. Not a lot of reaction time here for me to work with. Let's try it again. Nope. Not dead. Yeah, it's one of those things where we know what to do now with the first step. But it's still going to take a couple of execution mistakes to sort out, unless there's an easier way to do it, but this seems to work, so. My method for getting Yoshi is cooler than the intended method. Yeah, I mean, that I hear that a lot when it comes to puzzles. Quite often, in fact. But that's what playtesting is for. The P is too far to the right, that's why we're grabbing it. Let's shove it a little bit further to the left here. No. We got it cleanly earlier. Yeah, it does seem like because of the execution barrier here that it doesn't quite feel like the right solution. But also, as soon as it presented itself, it also felt interesting enough that I could imagine it being correct. It's just that it is also a really unsafe jump. So I wasn't quite sure. Either way, even that positionally, it is pretty specific. There we go. So that's Yoshi. And then now we need to figure out how to bump the POW. If it goes up on this side... Well, I mean, we can always try to load the P on top of it and see what happens, but... Yeah, because if Yoshi grabs the POW, it's not going to revert to the tracks world. It's going to be positioned a little bit differently. So let's see about this here. It's going to come up. And then I need to find... So my thinking about this was that now that I have Yoshi, I'm taller, and that if the POW comes out the left side, I can intercept it. Problem is, we still have to deal with the fact that the on and off switch is all the way over here. Oops, I didn't actually mean to hit that. That might be okay, in fact, because now that we're tall, we can totally just change how I'm moving it with head bump. Given that I might be able to bump it further than how we did previously. And we might be able to move it over a bit differently. Except it's going to go back over here. Possibly I can stand on top of that POW. Yeah, I am still here. We made a major breakthrough, but not major enough by the looks of it. I want to send it through this track. That's going to require an additional on-off bump. And down to the lower level. Probably with the same kind of method we did previously, except we need the off state, which may be a bit of an issue. Yeah, Spencer, possibly we will need to do this one in separate segments as well, just so we can get through more of the queue, but... Scoop and boop in the sky. You know what? The P-switch spit may be able to do it. Except why would it be able to do it when the throw isn't going to do it? Let's think about it. We know, for instance, that objects stacking on top of Yoshi can sometimes create that sort of bump interaction. Nope. I kind of get a sense that if we're not doing this with the intended method, that maybe I'm missing some kind of vital clue as to how this mechanic is supposed to work. So the next on-off interaction is going to send it to the left over here. If it's on the way down this track, I actually have plenty of time to work with. It's, again, going to be another timing issue here. Where I stand on top of that cloud. Nope. Not. No, because... if I hit off to on, I only have so much time to get into this position here. I don't think that's going to be right. So I need to think about whether I can either A, remotely activate the on-off switch, or B, position something else here that would get the bump interaction to fire. Which I don't think is going to be the case. Or you can get the POW to do another push somehow. Maybe so. Drop on top of it. Fundamentally, I still need to get back on this position. It looks like the best bet is to have the POW land here. And bump it with my added height. We know that this previously got intercepted. P-switch riding Yoshi, yeah. We've seen a couple of puzzle solutions in the past that work like that, in fact. That, if I can show this, hang on. Now let's move the P-switch first. Now we've seen a couple of puzzle solutions before use this kind of setup. Because it falls off Yoshi's back, and so it just kind of bounces indefinitely, and you can usually do something interesting with that. Problem right now is that we need to move the POW. And if it's coming up with the off switch, we have a limited amount of time to intercept it. Unless there's a place where Yoshi is able to stand. That is able to bump it over by some other means. Or maybe I put Yoshi over here and see if the POW... No, the POW's just going to cut right through him. No, it's not. There we go. Yoshi has the same bump interaction with the POW that he does. Oh, okay. That's interesting, actually. There we go. There we go. Yeah, no, I should have noticed that much earlier, that because of the way that the P interaction with Yoshi works, with the P overlap with Yoshi bumping the switch to the back, that the POW would work by similar logic. I just didn't think of how that activation would work. Okay, we got it. It took way too long, but we got it. It took much, much too long. So you should probably tell me at this point what that intended method was if I completely missed it. Anyway, that's a win. And thank you so much for the first clear. I hope that was a useful test on this version. Did I mark this as a win? Yeah, okay. Let's go next. Thank you so much for your extreme patience, Octoguy. For extreme patience. I'm sure that it seemed like I was taking so long that by the time I got to your level, the war will have ended and your Russian account will be open to you again. But anyway, here we are. Let me know if you have a particular suggestion. I would say that because of the extreme length of the queue at this point, that something that's not too long would be preferred. So we'll try to beat Wall of Booze. And then you told me that it was kind of a more intensive remake, Wall of Death. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll do Wall of Booze first and get all keys for true ending. We might just be able to do one for now. But we'll definitely get through it. If I push Yoshi to the left, you can just jump up and land on him. Oh. Okay, I tried that, I thought. And I just gave up on it much too easily. Well, I'm glad my method works, Spencer, because I actually thought my method was very satisfying. It just seemed that the platform placements were just tight enough that I wasn't quite sure about it. It seemed like if it was the intended solution that maybe something somewhere would have been more relaxed by one block or something, but I'm glad I found that. I would definitely leave that in as an alternate solution if you're still in the process of refining that. And I kind of wonder who else will do it that way. World record strats, well, only if you do it cleanly. Okay. Oh, we don't see any Wall of Booze just yet in this part, so we'll see what goes on in the subworld. And yeah, Octoguy, thank you so much once again for waiting for so long. This is going to be a little bit of twirling here. Burner, oh. Okay. Burner timing was actually really generous. Key timing, however, is not. You need to go down for that key. Or maybe that's just for the bonus objective. Yes, that's right. Well, we'll do it anyway, probably. Asteroid, we'll catch up on what you're saying about a boss fight in just one moment. A little behind on the chat. Well, I was waiting for that burner to do its thing. Okay, we're kind of tight against the auto-scroll boundary right now, but 2 keys will do just fine. Whoop. Oh, that... Okay, no, we just need to go down, actually. Down and across. That was just a big misread. Remake is the unnerfed version. Okay, I see. Well, I mean, Asteroid, I've seen a lot of boss levels that don't necessarily use one of the built-in boss characters, but still feel like bosses because there is something like a really elaborate boss scale contraption to it, or a multi-phase interaction or something like that. If you've ever played Supernova's levels, some of them are a very good example of that, in fact. You know, or things like the kind of Mecha Bowzilla style levels, if you know that from the first game. Which it did kind of involve a boss character, I suppose, but... Oh, nope, totally missed that key this time. Yeah, no, I don't think that you necessarily need to use one of the built-in in-game bosses to have something qualify as a boss level. As long as it's a boss-like interaction, that's something, you know, kind of recognizable as a pattern-based fight sequence, often with multiple phases. I don't think there's necessarily a strict definition of that. I think you recognize it when you see it. Whoops, that was an accidental spin. And we'll go down. And we'll go over here. No, I think there are plenty of boss concepts that don't use Bowser or the Koopalings. And are still instantly recognizable as boss concepts just from experience with video games in a general sense. Like, I don't think the built-in characters have any particular ownership over that. Whoop. Okay. A little bit slow on activating that platform. That was a bit of a tough blind read on that spot, I think, just because I was going down into somewhere off camera that was a little bit unseen. Yeah, Asteroid, a precision level without precision is known as a good precision level. That's how I make that distinction. Quite often a wall will zoom on you, giving it less space. Yeah, that is the thing about auto-scrolls, is that, like, we do need to think about the vertical position of the camera here in some places. Oops, there we go. Now, if you think about how boss levels were made in Mario Maker 1, for instance, you had tons of, like, gigantic, you know, pattern-based fight rooms that weren't really platforming levels as such, and so I wouldn't think of them as being traditional, but which got a ton of use out of a fairly limited tool set when it comes to building things that are very pattern-based. Like, you see tons of bosses in this game that, you know, are built on a lot of interactive parts that work with stacks. Like, if you've ever played, you know, some of the boss music levels by Zenmai, for instance, you would kind of understand what I'm talking about. A lot of the boss designs that are in Zelda dungeon levels as well. In general, with anything Mario Maker, I find that I'm just more impressed by a lot of contraption design that really shows off the mix and match element of Mario making. And whoops. And in many ways, boss concepts are among the finest expressions of that. You don't know of any boss battles in Mario Maker 1. That would be a fairly major oversight, considering that some of its most notable levels definitely fit into that. Like, a ton of the stuff by Kavik, for instance. Notably, Super Mario vs. Mechagodzilla, which is easily one of the most notable levels of Mario Maker 1, but that's not the only one by any means. There were a couple of like kind of massive contraption stacking bosses that he made for various projects. And yeah, like in Mario Maker 1, with the kind of limited capabilities that you had without Scroll Stop and with just being limited to Bowser and Bowser Jr. for the most part, you could still do quite a lot by building around them in a very flexible way, especially because the things like the stacking and collision rolls were just much more flexible in Maker 1 than in Maker 2. Jamie the one and only, by the way, I totally missed saying hi to you just now. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, I just completely missed your name in chat just now, even though you spoke up several minutes ago. And I hope the streaming has been going well on your side as well. Whether you've been doing Maker lately, or Mario Kart, or anything else. Try and guess what game this level references. Good question. I feel like I've seen so many Boo Wall levels in Mario Maker at this point that they just reference Mario Maker. No, I recognize it from some other platforming game as well, but like there's a chase sequence in I'm probably thinking of the not the Hotel in Celeste. I'm thinking of something else. Because the Hotel in Celeste isn't a Boo Wall, it's just one guy who's zapping you. It's been a couple of years since I played it, so I have to work from memory here. Yeah, a couple of platforming games have chases like this. Whoops. You've been doing Dead by Daylight and Kart. And, yeah, Jamie the one and only. I think there's actually a couple of other streamers who kind of overlap between Mario Maker and Dead by Daylight as well. I don't know much about Dead by Daylight myself, other than watching some other streamers play it, but it's one of those games that for some reason has a bit of overlap. Probably because it's just independently very popular. Ah, okay, Terraria, yeah. We were just talking about Terraria earlier in the stream, so it's perhaps surprising that I missed out on this reference here. And Astra, just to give you a heads up, like I said, I will be getting through as much of the queue as I can, but because it is your second submission, I may not spend quite as long on it as I did with the first one earlier. But we'll decide that when we get to yours. Obviously, I want to play enough of it to at least enjoy the concept. And yeah, Jamie the one and only, we were... oh, you're talking about Dead by Daylight. Yeah, no, we were talking about Terraria earlier in the stream because I was saying something about controller interfaces. I last played it a couple years ago. Oops. There we go. Oh, whoops, no. I was not trying to spin there. I was trying to fall into the left side, and that was a very accidental input. That's okay. We can get past that. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat, but we'll hopefully have a chance to catch up when I've passed this section. I know the keys, you said in the description the keys were optional, but we do optional content around here, so... Whoops. Yeah, the blue wall is close enough that sometimes I think I'm getting a little squished against the camera boundary when it comes to seeing new material come in. But that's because I'm kind of squashed on the right side of the screen at that point, so there's not much room to react quickly. And of course, because of the auto-scroll, the blue wall is going to be in a fixed position pretty much the whole way through. Not much hope of outrunning it. Oops. You think I can jump over to Boost Stack? Yeah, but Electrodude, the issue is that because of the auto-scroll synchronization, if I let the Boost Stack pass me, I will eventually run into it anyway, I think. Because we're going to have some issues with getting to the platforms in time. I think so. I mean, we could always try that if we have a good attempt to do it with, but as you can see, we're hitting the ceiling over here, so I kind of have my doubts. There are some sections, as Octoguy was saying, where theoretically you can jump over the wall. Okay. Yeah, possibly we shouldn't expect to get much benefit from that. Oops. Bit of a mistake here. Also, there's an audio delay. Yeah, we'll fix that. Hopefully it's not choking too much here. Like I said, my audio setup when it comes to streaming at this quality is kind of touchy. Not always very reliable. Let's see if we can just repair that quickly and we'll get right back into it. Okay, hopefully it's a little bit cleaner now. No, Octoguy, I have no problem with auto-scroll in principle. I'm not one of those people who kind of dislikes auto-scroll as a concept or something. I find that actually several of the most interesting levels I played in this game are auto-scroll. Or had some other kind of similar restriction on the player. No, there's an art to auto-scroll design that is all about kind of controlling pacing in some ways. Yeah, we need to drop down there much faster. This spot I'm not too fond of because of the fact that you need to drop into something unseen and that you need to understand that you have to drop there quickly. Because when you get to a spot like that, I think a player is almost always going to take their time to read the surroundings first to see if any alternatives reveal themselves, and so that's the one spot that I think is not really very readable, even when I've seen it already. Because when you have the auto-scroll, like a player gets to a segment like that, and they won't necessarily assume that that's the only place they can go, right? They might wait for some new information to scroll in first. And the timing is tight enough on that that the hesitation will kill you, right? So that's the problem here. It is a bit tight. Do not use the platform. Now, why? Yeah, I generally don't pay much attention to instructions, to be honest. You don't think I should use the platform, huh? Interesting. Well, we'll see. But yeah, in general, though, if something requires a tip to be a little more understandable, then it's something that may have needed to be improved in the level design in the first place. But we'll see. I'll try to get back to that spot and we'll see if we can read it any differently. Yeah, not much time to read this stuff as it gets across here. Don't use the platform. Why wouldn't I, though? Whoa, okay, so you need to jump across to... Ah, I see. So you can actually go up above as well. Wow. But anyway, yeah, we can try to go for the third key that way. Going up. Well, let's take a look. And let's see if we can navigate this any better. Oh, I see. Okay, so you can go up that ledge there on the right side. Yeah, I could see that there was that higher blue platform that we revealed when we took the lower route. That's okay, we proved that we could take the lower route, so we'll try to do it the other way. I don't think it's a newbie issue at all. I think it's a perfectly reasonable way to read that. Like, I don't think that it's a question of skill at all, that you're going to read it one way or the other. It's really just where people's eyes are going to go, what they notice first, and what they think they're going to try first. So, it's usually a bad idea, I think, to assume when you have multiple paths that one of them is necessarily going to be more obvious than the other one. In fact, pretty much the entire kind of art and science of troll design for people who design trolls is based on trying to pick out those expectations and figure out that problem. And they will tell you that from a playtesting perspective, it's actually the hardest thing about designing things like a troll, never mind a standard level with branching paths, that unless something is like very much tucked aside as a secret or something very clearly optional, that you should go in assuming that multiple paths are going to be kind of equally weighted in the eyes of different players. Because you never know what kind of habits they bring in with them and what kind of expectations have been set by their previous playing experience, right? So, anyway, we'll grab that. Whoops. A little bit claustrophobic here, but we'll try to make the best of it. And Befuz, welcome. And thank you for the follow. And let's get over here. let's jump up here. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that I think, you know, trying to do something like a newbie trap often doesn't really work in this game, except in the context of the troll genre, which is all about setting up those kinds of traps. That's too often you're not necessarily going to be able to guess the player's expectations that way. Anyway, I don't think I'll have time to do the other version in this session, unfortunately, because we do have the huge queue to get through. But you're absolutely welcome to send me the other one the next time that you can get into my queue. So, yeah, but Fuzz, we are going to be closed for the time being. Let me see the current list. If we have a lot of dropouts, or if we get through the remaining levels quickly, sometimes I reopen for people who come in after closing. I don't know if I'll have time to do that today, because we already are running quite long. But thanks for asking, Bafuz. If we can't get to you today, hopefully we can get you into queue some other time. So yeah, Octoguy, thank you for waiting for hours and hours to get this played. And until next time, we'll tuck that aside. So thanks for submitting that. Let's see what we have. Did I mark this as a win? I don't know if I did. There we go. Cameron, you don't think I'll beat your level and you want to see how far I get? That's fine. You know that's fine. We'll try to spend a reasonable amount of time on it. And yeah, Octoguy, I'm glad the commentary was valuable. Room 157, no clears on it so far. A level with some shell jumps and riding blue platforms. I see that double shell jump marker already in the previous screen, if that's what it is. Let's see how much we can do. I'm a bit out of practice with the shells. Yeah, Asteroid, but like... Oh, I see. Double marker here for... I actually like this better than the C marker, to be honest, when it comes to having a bit of a tighter target positioning for the shell throw. But yeah, Asteroid, I mean, this is much less of a skillfully beat a level stream than it is a talk about level design stream, and so if I can't beat something, it's okay as long as we get to see some interesting stuff. I needed to... This opening segment is actually going to be pretty dependent on the firebar timing. Because not every shell jump position will work. Since I land on a moving target off the shell jump, and it's going to be dependent on the firebar timing. So let's assume that we need to go right away, because until I see otherwise, that's the best path to do a reliable timing, is to go immediately. And then, yeah, we need to jump a little bit to the left, sneak around there, and we should be able to sneak over to the next platform before the firebar comes up. The timing works if you always go immediately. Yeah, it seems like you kind of have to do that for this level to feel reasonable. I need a higher jump there, perhaps, although it is going to slide pretty far to the right. That platform. So. But yeah, I actually, as I said before, like these tighter throw indicators better. because the C indicators, I think, are often a little too ambiguous, given that different makers seem to mean different things with them, like whether you're centering yourself or centering the shell or anything like that. And of course here it lines up with the 2-tile target with the off switch quite a bit better, so let's arc this shell jump properly. There we go. That's already going to be too low, I think. Yeah, and I left that too late. I do need to leave it before the firebar comes sweeping over, otherwise the platform is going to be too low. I can't just jump over the firebar and jump again, because I will not be able to make that height. So let's see what we can do. Nope. And we'll try to find a better distance from the wall here. As you can see, I'm definitely quite out of practice. My hit percentage with the shell jumps is not great. And yeah, the spikes under the ceiling, the 2 spikes under the ceiling, are throwing me off quite a bit when it comes to my angle towards the platform as it falls, but we'll try to make the best of it. And yeah, I mean, given that you're hitting the on-off targets, I think it's fairly clear where you're supposed to drop this. It's actually my horizontal positioning that's much more of a problem right now. Hang on. As you can see, my hit rate on this first jump has not been good. If I landed a bit further to the left, you know what? I might not need to jump at all, actually, now that I look at that. Yeah, that's a lot better. But then that drop is going to be an issue. And yeah, Cameron, that's why I sometimes need a little bit of time to figure things out. I do like exposing what is or isn't readable, or what is or isn't something that you can learn with a little bit of trial and error. Missed. But the timing clearly does work out. It seems like that staggering of the 2 platforms as you pass under the high on-off switch does depend on, whoops, how quickly you go from activating one platform to the other. Okay, that's a long shell jump. You hit the on-off switch, you land on top of the shell, you bounce through that ceiling that you open up. So yeah, you pretty much need to go from platform 2 immediately to platform 3 in order to have these platforms staggered well enough to give you plenty of spacing to work with. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And that was way off. I wonder if I am supposed to just fall directly into that rather than jump. I feel like it might be the case. Miss. Alright, let's pay attention here with jump number 1. Yeah, I'm a little too far to the left of the wall now. Let's try to straighten this out. Okay, there we go. And whoops, that was a little premature. Okay. And a little bit late. But yeah, if I stay on, I don't need to worry about the firebar timing. It's when I try to jump there that I land too late to get around a firebar. We're getting a little bit of trouble here now. Just hold into that jump. Something I've always had trouble with is holding a jump into the object releases. One person you sent to this dude did really well. He got past a halfway point in the 15 minutes he gave the level. Yeah. If you're skilled enough to do that, personally, I think that players who can do that should just see it through to the end. I mean, they've got the first clear in front of them at that point. Oops. But yeah, I mean, you know, people who stream this each kind of have their own style when it comes to what they want to do with viewer submissions. I generally find that by taking longer in levels, I see more interesting levels. That's really always been the guiding criteria here. Also that I'm eventually able to clear some things that are honestly on the harder side for me, if I take the time to appreciate them properly. Like, the thing is, if I only ever took 15 minutes per level, I would never have learned to do a shell jump at all. Now I can do it some at a time. But you only get there with some practice, I think. And if people can kind of innately do them well, then more power to them. But for me, the learning process was very much necessary. Okay. It's still going too early there. I need to wait a little longer in that junction. Activate this quickly. Whoops, lost too much momentum. You've seen some good Maker 2 players. Sorry, I'm trying to read and shell jump at the same time. That's a bad idea. You've seen some very good Maker 2 players have the ability to beat levels in quick time, and they never cared to go for a big flag clear. Yeah, I mean, some people just don't particularly care about optional objectives. I find that innately the incentive systems in Mario Maker don't really give people much of a reason to do optional objectives if they don't care about the intrinsic satisfaction of the content. Right? Like if they're more motivated by just a clearly marked achievement like getting the completion flag on the level, then there's not much that the game is going to do for you to motivate you to do anything extra. I mean, I find that I don't care too much about achievement markers in general, and I just want to see content, and I want to talk about design, so I tend to be much more interested in doing optional content, but certainly not everybody is. It is a big kind of gap between the way Nintendo does level design and, you know, the kind of common language that we would have coming from standard Mario. versus what often goes on in Mario Maker, that so much of what we take for granted about traditional platformer design is based on the assumption that optional content is worth doing, even if it's only going to give you a bag of coins or something. And that's just not as much of a part of the community dynamic in this game, unfortunately. Let's do it with a jump. We'll need to have a release that's a bit further to the right if we want to do it that way. I still don't know if it's a jump rather than a drop. It feels like it should be a jump. But I also don't know if my landing arc coming out of that shell release is going to look correct after that. Yeah, it certainly can't just be a fall, right? Whoops, too high. You'll admit there's one section in this level that you think is confusing. Well, we'll see if we even get to it. Yeah, we'll see. I think having the fire bar act as time pressure here, that doesn't really hit you until you've kind of learned the hard way that only one timing works. Might be a bit of an issue. Like, usually you'll find that if you really do want to force the player to leave immediately, that the time pressure is going to come kind of at the front at your starting position. Because otherwise, if you miss the initial timing of going right away, I think it's going to be quite difficult to figure out. Like, if you don't take the shell jump instantly, you don't really get a chance to spot what the fire bar timing is going to be, right? So, as a kind of source of immediate opening time pressure, I feel like this fire bar by itself might not be enough to do the job here. Because basically, if you don't start right off the bat, the fire bar is not really a readable obstacle. So if you want to force the player to go right away, you kind of need to actually force them to go right away, if you understand what I mean. Yeah, but, you know, if the alternative timings are hard to figure out and are not really readable, they might as well not be there, right? That's okay. I mean, you know, we kind of understand that you had to clear check this thing, and therefore, whatever the answer was, it has to be something extremely reliable, and the only reliable thing is to go immediately, in terms of being a timing that you can just replicate very, very consistently. So you can kind of understand that pretty quickly after you've been hit by the fire bar once. It just feels like a bit of a weird start to kind of have time pressure and kind of not. Not a big deal anyway. I'm just talking about it a lot because we've been jammed here at the opening anyway. And yeah, when you go right away, obviously the timing feels very good. Nope, still not getting that release down. Oops. We'll see if we can get past that second on-off switch. That'll be my hopeful, aspirational benchmark. we're firing either too far to the left or too low. And I thought I was hitting that marker, but it's one of those things where because the marker is one track wide. In this instance, it has the same issue as the C markers, which is if that's going to be the release... Like, if you look at a horizontal marker like this, what do you release? What do you read as the release point? Is it the shell being at the center of the track? Is it the shell being on the kind of knobby left side of the track? It's one of the issues that I have with a lot of these markings in general, even though this, as I said, is kind of an improvement on the C, is that there's still enough room for ambiguity that, particularly when you're that far away from the wall, like with the long throw later on, it can be a little difficult to see exactly what you mean by the marker. As you can see, we have been consistently too far to the left, and maybe I'm not really on the marker at all in that location, but I'll have to see what adjustment we have to make here. Like, if fire here, that's totally on the mark, right? But I don't know at what point in my arc or my personal position as the player I should be interpreting that to mean. SD, welcome. It's going quite well. Spending way too much time on each level today, but we're making some progress here and there. We cleared some things, I suppose. So yeah, SD, I hope you've been doing just fine. Oops. It was on the mark, but I didn't have enough momentum. Yeah, it could be that I'm releasing poorly. Like I said, I do have a bad habit sometimes of letting up too much on the jump when I do the shell release. And yeah, you do give me the full platform to try to develop as much running speed as possible into that, so that was perhaps the adjustment we need to make there. You've been alright, just super busy. Yeah, I hope that settles down for you. I've kind of been in the same situation here, hence not much streaming lately, but... Hey, we actually hit the switch that time, but failed to hit the platform. Hit the switch and hit the shell that time, but failed to hit the platform, so... We're getting closer, perhaps. It feels like I'm so far below the platform at that point, though, that... It seems quite out of reach. Although I'm sure the reality will be quite different if I manage to execute that. Whoops. You would place that lower, but it was cheese if you did. I kind of wonder what that cheese would be. Just looking at it. Oops. We'll give this a few more attempts. I'll try to make it over that hump. Astro, you were saying earlier it's fine that people look for fancy levels, but now and then it'd be cool to see someone go for a big boy level that's challenging to do. Well, I mean, I think there are definitely some other streamers who specialize in that and have made a name for themselves for being actually skillful. That's perhaps not the experience here. Hang Let's try to at least clean up this one. We'll try to get at least one more good attempt on that later shell spot. Hang on. Just flubbing the first jump now. You can't make easy levels anymore? Yeah, I guess it's a matter of... you know, finding something that you yourself find engaging in the process of clear check. Takes a lot of self-control to be making levels that are easier than what you yourself are accustomed to playing. And even so, I find that even designing for yourself, levels are always going to be harder than your self-estimates. For reasons that are sometimes unforeseen because of assumptions that you might be making about your own input habits as a player, your muscle memory, etc., that other players may not necessarily share. The way you read a level, for instance. So, it's not easy to design a level that's easier than what you play, let's say. Okay, we'll try to make at least one more attempt on that long throw. We'll try to get back there at least one more time, and then we'll push through a bit more because I am getting a little bit late on the stream. Yeah, we're really flubbing the early jump now, so... let's just try to do it a bit more cleanly. There we go. It is a bit of a long reach over that first spike. But we can do it. Okay, nice long run. Nope, that's a miss. Let's take a look at the previous screen on this one. 58 seconds. And we were still right at the beginning, as you can see. A long ways to go. But good luck to whoever gets the first clear. Okay. Let's admit that as a loss. And continue. This is the current state of the list. I assume that some people may have dropped in the meantime because we've been taking so long today, but we'll give R2-D2 Craft a moment to check in since I do see them on the lurk list. Zigzy, Asteroid, Gensokyan, and CD Rem. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, we had some drops, I think, so. R2-D2 Craft will play yours. Judging by who's here currently, it may just be Zigzy and Asteroid after, and Gensokyan after that. Okay, yeah, we'll try to get through as many as we can. Sometimes the list I see from Twitch in terms of who is active in the chat is a little behind the reality, so it is always worthwhile to just give me a shout in chat. Anyway, Ocarina of Time. Looks like it is going to be a Kokiri Forest music level. Let's see how it goes. And thank you once again for the extremely long wait that you put in. Particularly with shorter and easier levels. Like I said, I kind of wish we still had Oh, you want to walk. Okay, yeah, let's walk. Let's take it patiently. And listen to the track at walking speed. Yeah, I sometimes kind of wish that we had enough data for queuing purposes to kind of prioritize levels that are going to be very quick clears, so we don't have people waiting for hours to be played for 30 seconds. Anyway, let's continue listening to this arrangement. I hope the audio is working well at this point, by the way. This is part 2, and we of course see this beautifully decorated forest above you. Yeah, I can see that there's definitely a lot of effort that was placed into putting in all these Deku Baba piranha plants and everything else in a sensible location to make this a really interesting experience visually, including the final screen here with good old 8-bit Link. You know, so you're not just staring at an instrument track, but that you kind of have something appealing to look at when you're pushing through this, just by holding right and nothing else but right. Let's mark that as a win, and thank you very much once again for sitting through that long, long wait. Again, the level you submitted would be at a 0.11 clear rate if it had a clear. Okay, so I'm guessing that there have been quite a few attempts on it at this point. I brought the clear rate up, yeah, to a pretty much exact 1/3, as you can see. Zigzy, let's take a look. And let's see how much we can do to power through the rest. Pick anything I like. Okay, we'll probably err on the side of something shorter. If we can. Oh, okay, speedrun levels that are kind of 20 seconds or so. We might do that. Even vs. Piranhas is a very new upload. A number of these time trials are, in fact. Let's do the most recent one then. Beat all the piranhas and get to the end before time runs out. 21 second clear on this, and what is the actual limit? 40 seconds, okay. We need to, of course, not get hit, otherwise I can't really defeat these. And like I said, okay. That's okay. We can afford to be a bit cautious here, given that the time limit is actually supposedly very generous. Whoops. So it's better to be a bit defensive. Okay. And we'll just snipe one at a time. Very cautiously. Maybe too cautiously. We're down to 20 seconds and we're not even halfway, are we? Well, close to it. Lemon Duck basically speedran it without being cautious at all. Well, yeah, but the fact that we know there is that much headroom to work with tells me that I don't have to rush absolutely everything if staying alive is the priority. Also, the fact that we can whip the fireballs is something I should always keep in mind in case we need to really slam into something. A lot of room for error over here, though. There are only 20 plants. Yeah, we got about halfway through. Should take advantage of the fact that we always know where the diagonal trajectories are going to go. It's just that sometimes my jump height control is not the best. Yeah, we can just slam into them directly. 11 out of 20. And yeah, for a trial like this, it's nice to have a bit of headroom so we can have a bit more flexibility when it comes to tactics. And yeah, Cameron, I'm only kind of following what it is you're doing with these statistics and the difficulty percentage points there, but I'm sure we'll catch on eventually when I catch up on the chat properly. Okay. Not gonna look very stylish here, but we'll do it. And some of them will just snipe on the right side. That might be a good way to do it. If we just jump over their projectile direction. 14 out of 20. We'll make it eventually. Okay. Let's go back and do this. And then, whoop. Always a bit thrilling to go off screen like that. That was a bad move. Bad move. Whoops. I thought I was going to jump over that, and that was not the case. Hang on. Not quite doing the tail whip the way that I should. Whoops. I keep letting the first guy snipe me as well. That's not clever. Should actually find a more consistent pathway. Oh, that's okay. It's when I'm on my way up that we seem to be understandably having the most trouble. Nope, once again, too much of a risk. It's probably easier than making it look. Lots of avoidable mistakes. Okay. I was falling a bit too close to some of these, I think, but we'll make it work somehow. Okay, there we go. Now, are we going to choke here? We shall see. No, we're not. 3 seconds remaining. Cameron, you're saying 90% of your levels by clear rate are in super expert, 9 of them are in expert, and 1 are normal. So, as I understand it, if the formula is similar to what it was in Maker 1, clear rate by itself is not actually what is responsible for the super expert, expert classification, etc. Because you can manually fudge those numbers. It's actually the number of footprints on your level that is being used for the ratio calculation, if I remember correctly. So you can't just spam a ton of deaths to force your level into super expert, for instance, if it is still only counting as a low number of unique plays. Like, the number of unique plays or footprints actually does matter as part of the calculation. So it's not purely a clear rate thing, as far as I recall. But somebody else can check that. Anyway, thank you so much for that, Zigzy. Let's mark that as a win, and let's move on. Astroy is next. I mean, I never actually play Endless, and haven't since the first month of the game or so, so classification doesn't affect me anyhow. Here's Bowser's new favorite ship. Bowser has yet again found a new one, and this is a 0.49, which actually seems fairly generous. 2 minutes on the clear, though. So let's see how we do. Anyway, Zigzy, thank you once again for coming by and enduring such a lengthy wait. So it's a fire version of the Bowser fight that we have seen before, hence Bowser's new favorite ship. And we need to defeat 4 Bowsers to do it, okay. And yeah, Cameron, clear rate is still going to be the best heuristic that you have access to as a maker if you don't have much more to go on beyond that. I mean, you can see what your level is in if somebody that you recognize as an Endless streamer should happen to play it, I suppose. But that's obviously not going to happen to everyone. We're going to clear at least 1 Bowser. That's going to be the benchmark today. I bet we can do it, but it'll take a little bit more accuracy than what we're doing here. I feel like in general that since the airship theme is already a bit of a nightmare camera-wise already with the up and down bob, that having a bit more horizontal control with a scroll stop might be beneficial for fights like these. Especially because the movement is already fairly freeform. Basically, the camera is already moving up and down. Having it go left and right is sort of an additional snag, but you can definitely get world record for beating up enemies. Yeah, that seems to be the skill set. Okay, let's do this. Whoops, not quite. Okay, there's going to be quite a lot to dodge all over the place, so we'll need some kind of system for this, perhaps. I actually like the up throw a lot better on this one. I feel like that's a lot more sensible, in fact, than trying to pelt him from the side, given that the clown car is going to be shooting at me the whole time. Yeah, up throw is, I think, easily the way to go. There will be some additional pressure, of course, when the ignited bombs come down to the field, which is why the ignited bombs probably need to be a priority when it comes to tossing things away, but let's see if we can do it. Yeah, bouncing on the bombs at all is going to put me at risk. Unless I punch the clown car up a little bit to give myself more room, which may be an essential part of the strategy here. Yeah, punch it up. Punch it up again. Rather like that flexibility, in fact. Naturally, we're going to see what's going on. Yeah, like if you're putting up walls anyway, you might as well just scroll stop this, right? Whoa, that was a mistake. Not much of a momentum correction there. That's okay. I bet we can redo that without too much trouble. And yeah, that was a massive F, for sure. Nope. Yeah. But this is the way. Here we go. Number 2. Now he's big. And we'll take... Whoops. A bit more room. So yeah, 4 ignited bombs at once. Some of them will get tossed off the platform, so it's not as bad as it looks here on fight number 2, but some of the throw range is going to become a bit of an issue in that fight. Okay, there we go. That was a bit of a close call given my position there, but let's try to nuke some of this stuff. Get it out of the way. Hang on, too many bombs here. Not really safe. Come on, get out, get out. Not the most convenient door placement, unfortunately, but we'll get out. I probably could have taken a bomb with me if I wanted, but why would I when we already have such an ample supply? Okay, got to fight number 2. And Asteroid, congratulations on a world record. Yeah, it did seem like it would be, if you're talking about the Piranha Plant level just now, that would very much be your kind of skill set, given that you're all about swatting things at close range. Now, let's do this. Yeah, that was too close. Bowser number 1 is not too much of an issue now that I have an approach. I feel like Big Bowser, we need to change our tactics somewhat. Possibly even park on top of a pipe, perhaps. But I do want a bit of this sideways movement. But if I keep him elevated on top of a pipe, that might be interesting. Also notice that there seems to be fire leaking over from an adjoining Bowser in one of the other rooms, that we are close enough to load in a Bowser from the next room, which once again is something that can be stopped by good camera control and scroll stopping. You only got 4 Bowser fights. You don't need to pack them together so tightly, I don't think, but let's redo this regardless. Yeah, I think parking on top of a pipe may actually be a tactic for the second fight, except of course I will need some bombs to spawn in order to have projectiles to work with. So yeah, maybe that's not going to work. Because I would need to have some movement to have some bombs to throw at him. Okay. Once again, right at the door. And yeah, it was pretty clear, Cameron, that Astro was talking about the Piranha Plant level earlier. But perhaps those things are a little easier for me to track as somebody who actually is playing the queue and is trying to keep the chat in context, even though I'm only kind of reading it intermittently. Okay. Yeah, it's the quad bomb on the second fight that concerns me a little bit, but... In terms of what fights number 3 and 4 are going to do, I assume that one of the complications eventually will be pre-ignited bombs coming off the side instead of these unignited ones that we're conveniently receiving right now. Because I'm thinking ahead to what fights 3 and 4 could possibly be, and that's certainly one potential option. And Cameron, you weren't paying attention to the chat or the stream. That's okay, neither was I. And alright, let's pop this guy up. Give myself some room here. Nope. Move out of the way. And these guys are going to crowd me out a little bit, but let's get into the next room. Alright, let's try to beat this guy up. Oh, it might be a combination Bowser fight that happens afterwards. That's, you get one Bowser, one big Bowser, and perhaps a 2-on-1 at the end. That's one possible way to fill this clear condition as well. Yeah, pretty satisfying to find a method for this. Well, yeah, gotta clear out here when he does the quad bomb. But he's gonna take double the number of hits on the big fight. You feel like I just gave Astro an idea? Yeah. And... whoops. Oh, I probably just said something about the expecting that the last fight might be a combo Bowser fight with number 3 and 4 fighting together. It seems like it would be in keeping with some other things I've seen from you. To have that be the big finish. But I guess not, I guess. We'll be in for something else completely. You're saying the last one's the easiest one anyway, so... 2 clown car Bowsers in one room would be super jank. Yeah, I guess they would be. Constantly bumping you this way and that. Especially if you empty out one clown car and the other Bowser throws a bomb into the first clown car. Now that would be funny to watch. Maybe much less funny to play. I mean, not having seen room number 3 here, I was just idly speculating. Whoops, getting crowded out a bit. And Electrodude, as I was saying earlier, it definitely adds to the general feeling of jankiness that you not only have to deal with the airship camera bob up and down, but that you're scrolling left and right at the same time, so it's the kind of level that, you know, you definitely don't want to get motion sickness from. Have to have a barf bag ready for it, which is just part of the in-flight experience. Whoops. No, it's very playable. It's just a matter of finding the right tactic for it. The camera leaves much to be desired, but only half of that is your fault, and half of that is very much Nintendo's fault. Also, I'm not going to wait for that bomb to land in the clown car. Yeah, occasionally clearing out the bombs with another bomb is actually one potential approach. And I find that with fights like these, you know, they're conceptually simple when you think about them in the editor, but there's enough complexity to Bowser's moveset here that you actually get tactical options to play with. And that's always fun. That there are things you can do to make this a slightly more controllable experience. Like just clearing out some room and oh, that was a bad move. Bad move. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that, of course, Super Mario World Bowser, in his non-clown car form, is actually original to Mario Maker. And that, of course, Bowser only ever appeared in the clown car in the original game, and so they did have to design a new fight and new artwork for him completely in Maker 1, and it's always a little bit weird to see that there's still a bit of a difference in collision rules between this and the new Soup style as well. Okay, let's clear out. Whoa, bad position here. Awful position there, just got dunked. I was trying to get within range to bump him upstairs again, but I had a bomb walking over towards me. And that was not going to work out. We'll at least try to beat fight number 2. Like I said, Asteroid, I don't necessarily expect I'll finish it, especially because we do have somebody waiting after you who's been here quite a long time. But yeah, we'll just need to kind of plan ahead a little bit better and get position. One unexpected risk of doing the big Bowser fight here is that sometimes I'm actually throwing a little bit too low. Oh, I bumped. And yeah, I know the spin jumping on bombs is a fairly standard platforming technique, of course, but I find that managing standard and spin jumps in situations like this might be a bit too much for me to think about at once, unless I have a very clear intent behind it. So doing an object throw is probably going to be better for just clearing space. But we'll see. Because in general, I want Bowser to stay high and I want myself to stay low to the floor. I don't actually want a lot of airtime, as long as the floor is reasonably clear. Anyway, Cameron, you enjoy your sleep. And you have a good weekend ahead of you. Yeah, I'm just no longer worried about the first fight too much. I think that accidents happen, obviously, but that we do have a method for it. But yeah, they really did think through a lot of the movesets, even back in Maker 1 with only Bowser and Junior available. There's quite a lot that was added to the game by Mario Maker specifically that deserves a lot of credit for. Okay, we need to do some up throws here. And we need to stay under the car whenever possible, so I don't get dunked by the bombs. It was a difficult dodge, but we got it. Nope. Got spiked once again. Yeah, this is not a fight that you do from the side, for sure. It's an up throw fight. No question about it. Otherwise, it's just too much fire. We'll try to put in at least one more solid attempt on the second phase. Like, I'll definitely try to get a good fight in with the Big Bowser, number 2. And we'll see how we do after that. It'll be nice to see what's past that door. I think it's manageable for me given time. It's just that, as with a lot of these boss concepts, that there is enough freedom of movement that there's plenty of room to make a ton of self-inflicted mistakes. Just because it's never going to quite happen the same way twice, which is probably why, you know, some very platformer-centric players might have trouble with concepts like this, as we've discussed before, that it's a very reactive style of play. There's a lot that's not going to happen the same way twice, and so it takes a very different practice mentality than what a platformer level would be demanding. Yeah, I'm sure I can beat this too, I just don't know if I'll have time to do it today, that's all. Okay. And as always, we had enough that I didn't clear today that I'll be trying to run an unfinished business stream later in the week if I can. Streaming schedule has been a little bit sparse recently, but we'll try to make it work. And yeah, I absolutely don't know what it means that it's rated 3 in Team Boss, except that I remember you telling me that the Merlin level that I did the big grind through in 3D World was higher than that, like a 4 or something. So, who knows what that means. So yeah, easier than that one, harder ambiguously than some other things. Yeah. Like, my intended pattern is pretty understandable, it's just that, as I said, lots of room to make mistakes. Like that. So, maybe we'll punch through it at some point. Whoops. But we'll see. Oh wow, that was a complete miss. Yeah, that's Half the skill set to these fights, I think, is reacting to your own mistakes, reacting to when you do miss a throw and have to adjust accordingly, or miss a head bump for that matter. But yeah, when I get to the big Bowser fight, it is imperative that I stay under the car, otherwise I will get hit by the throw with the quad bomb. Whoops. I should have just gone through the door right away there when I saw the key effect, but that was just a slightly poor reaction. Yeah, let's get back to fight number 2 and see if we can work out a method. Oh, this bomb was chasing me over. I didn't think I'd have enough time to deal with it. I probably should have done the spin jump clear for that one, in fact. That was a good example of a place where I should have done the spin jump clear. When I just don't have time to run away. And also don't have time to do a throw to get it out of position. Yeah. So, we'll just kind of work that move into my repertoire here. And yeah, the spin jump clear actually does work pretty well. Now that I look at it. Nope, just noticed I was holding a blinking bomb. The visual effect, like the filter effect on this, definitely throws off my color perception a little bit. When it comes to some of these bombs. Oh, we got so close. That went so much better than before. That did not go much better than before. That was not even a single hit. Yeah, 8 hits. Looks like we require 14, right? If I'm not mistaken. 40 hit points, 3 damage apiece on the throw. Double that of the small guy. Yeah, on Big Bowser I am throwing a little too low in some places, so that is going to be an adjustment. Just a matter of being able to accurately perceive when I should be doing that. Whoops. Yeah, that was easily a personal best, though, earlier on that 8-hit run. Yeah, I should have done a clear. Yeah, I don't want to risk missing that for sure, but sometimes I also want a little bit more control over my position, so hence why I'm largely staying grounded if I can, just so I have a bit more control over my horizontal movement. But we will make adjustments as necessary. Try to get this to work. Oops. Hey, we got a hot potato over here. Let's just toss it instantly. Try to get one hit early. Like, clear the field a bit. Nope. Oh, did a spin jump and a miss. Let's call it for now. Let's take a look at the main screen. Yeah, I think I could probably push through this given some time. I just want to make sure we don't miss the submission from Gensokan, if you're still here. If Gensokan is not here, I'll spend a little bit longer on this, but I think they are here and have been for some time, so we'll call you in at 0.11 difficulty level if it becomes cleared, so supposedly we're in for something difficult here too. And we'll just give you a moment to check in. Just 3 Bowsers because the last one is a freebie. Yeah, I do see that the third room here has another large clown car and some yellow pipes, which increase the spawn rate that you're working with when it comes to the bombs. I guess if you're clearing space in either direction, it's not too much of an issue. Yeah, let's just wait a minute for Gensokan to check in. We'll also check the last person in the queue was CD Rem, but I think CD Rem has been gone for some time, so. CD Rem is here. Okay, good. Twitch was wrong about you, so that's why we check. That's why we check. Well, thank you for enduring the incredibly long wait. Let's take a look at the LEGO blooper back rooms. Who, what, when, why, with 1 checkpoint. The LEGO blooper back rooms, that's where you are when your copy of LEGO Star Wars bugs out. So we go up and then what do we hit here? That has wings. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, no, that's within range of a thwomp drop on that. And we veer to the right. Yeah, we need to veer to the right and land on the second P spot on a piranha as we go down, and then we'll see what to do from there. Need to clean up the up pipe entry, obviously. Oh, didn't expect a shell there, but I just accidentally pulled back on that when I saw it. We just need to hold right all the way through that jump, and the shell should sort itself out quickly. The shell should sort itself out. It's like she sells Koopa shells by the seashore. Anyway, we can still speak at this hour. Probably should have taken a water break earlier, but you know. That's how it goes. Yeah, once again, I should not pull back on that. I really do need to follow that right arrow and crank myself all the way to the right. Push, bounce. But then what about this question block that's going to spring something to the right? We need to do something about that as well. That's going to take a bit of a read. Because I'm holding right to land on that shell, but then I need to pull back fairly quickly to aim towards the question block then. If I understand that correctly. And I'm pulling back a little too quickly right now. I do need to land on that, but we'll need to figure out the adjustment. Possibly I need to bounce on the right side first. I don't know. I see the 3P markers there that are going to be my landing locations, but we haven't worked out the sequence. And we'll need to do so. I also need this Skip Squeak to actually come up and give me a bit of a boost here. There we go. Almost. It didn't really give me a boost, but it intended to, and that's what counts. Yeah, because I landed at shell, I'm going to have a ton of rightward momentum that I can't really just cut instantly, can I? Like we'll need to figure out how to adjust that. Possibly land on the unshelled Koopa and do some kind of shell kick, but... Because pulling back immediately to that question block looks like it's not quite right, but... I don't know why I'm constantly falling short here either. I'm holding jump all the way into this. Type entries can be finicky, though. Yeah, CDRM, I'll try to stay on this for a bit longer. It is, I think, probably within my ability, but I'm also way over time today, so... Emergency stops can happen. We'll hopefully not run into that. We'll hopefully be able to clean up this first jump here and push through more of the level. Let's remember to hold up into the pipe. That's one of the issues, I think. I'm just not holding up cleanly enough into the pipe entry. Fall in, wall jump, push. And I'm prematurely backing it up before landing on a shell. But if I don't back up, then how do I proceed from there? That is an interesting question. Okay, so maybe it's like that. You hit that, and then like hit the Koopa to do the reversal, and then the shell is still available, but then what is the Goomba doing? Given that I'm not really hitting that with anything, let's... Yeah, because if I reverse through that guy... And then what am I landing on? Let's see. No, because I'm just going to cut through the shell completely if I land on it with a standard jump, so it really can't be that. So if the Goomba comes out, it gives me the upper location with that third P block that is up high. That tells me the sequence should be shell, question block, Koopa, and then Goomba that's coming out at that time as a natural landing spot. So I need to see if I've read the sequence correctly, because that is going to be a huge momentum cut that I need to do on very short notice. And ideally without killing that Koopa along the way, so... I'm not sure I have read that spot correctly still. There's a lot going on here. And it's mostly just this momentum cut after hitting the shell that's throwing me off quite a bit. Possibly we need to do some kind of additional adjustment to back out of that. Yeah, because if I kind of try to cut momentum at all, I get hit by the shell on its rebound. I'm trying to slow down there by doing an additional twirl. That takes a little bit too long, though. So that's probably not the correction I need to make. Yeah, it takes too long. It almost looks correct, though. As a way to do a bit of an additional stall so we can not get hit Yeah, so that unfortunately projected the Koopa to the left, which is an issue. You do still need to hit the shell from the left side to project the Koopa to the right, which tells me that maybe pulling back a little bit is correct, so we just need to do that a little bit more accurately without getting hit by the shell completely on the rebound. So we'll see what we can do with that. Still way too far to the left. We should be aiming for the P-block, but aim for the P-block with some kind of momentum cut that's fairly late. There we go. Okay, and then it's going to be a wall jump off the left side and then up to the on-off switch. It took me a moment to read that because that is the first time we've seen that on camera, and that happened quite suddenly. But yeah, the straightforward method is the correct one. It's just that being hit by the shell so many times kind of dissuaded me from that initially. But it does work. It does work the way it should, sensibly. Pull back a bit, hit the question block. Koopa Goomba wall jump on off. That drops out the Pokey, I think, or at least allows me to surpass the Pokey. Whoa, yeah, I always react a little poorly to hitting that Goomba. Afterwards, it's going to be something to do with that spiny shell on the right side. So the on-off bounce platform is going to be affected by the on-off switch that we're going to make contact with as we ascend above that location. Some of these spike triggers are naturally going to be affected as well. The shell does need to go right. Well, we'll try to make it work. That is not how to make it work. Bounce. Nope, missed a Goomba. So yeah, the bounce on the spiny shell on the right side is important because that's what allows me to cut through it and project it to the right when I get there. I basically had to cut through the spiny shell and land directly on the bounce platform that's beneath it, I think, and then that gets me into my next jump. Couple of minor adjustments to make. We'll see how much further we get. Whoops. Once again, the up pipe entry has been a nuisance. But that's what up pipes do in this game. Yeah, project it to the right and then bounce over to the P on the right side. Yeah, because if you hit the spiny shell to the right, that's basically the reclaim interaction in terms of getting the second bounce. That will allow me to go to the right side. Otherwise, we cut straight through the shell. So we need to aim a little further to the left than what I've been doing so far. Or maybe not. Ah, no, I landed a bounce platform, and then that gets me over to the spiny shell, which is going to be tucked into the slot between the spike blocks that we see on the right side. So we send it to the right because we actually need to land on it a second time. Oh, too low. So yeah, we need to basically go straight down towards that spiny rather than arcing into it. Miss. You have to be a little more accurate on that Goomba. Nope. Still missing. Have to go straight up pretty much and make contact with it. Directly like that. Lost too much forward momentum that time. Once you get Spiny Shell and then Skip Squeak after that, a lot of stuff to react to. On somewhat short notice. Oh, whoops, too low. Yeah, because there is a kind of a double interaction there with the on-off switch. You tap it once and it kind of reactivates. Rearms. Then everything should come together from that point. Straight up to the Goomba. Now, what do we do here? The Pokey seems like... Oh, no, there was a glass pipe above that. Okay. I just didn't see the clear pipe entry above the Pokey at all. I saw the icicle, but... wasn't watching that accurately. Nope. Once again, they go straight up into the Goomba to stand much of a chance there at all. Nope, landed too far to the right once again. You can't quite go straight down there because you do need the forward momentum to get back to the Spiny Shell, but it requires a fair bit of jump control. Just to land at a very sharp angle. Not straight down, but a sharp angle. Whoops. And yeah, that on-off interaction is necessary for getting rid of the thwomp that's on the right side. How it works precisely, I haven't quite mapped out yet, but it works. And we'll just kind of take it on faith, so we get the rest of the jumps up to that point. Nope. That's okay, a couple more adjustments and we can... What's the time on this? 1 minute time on the current record anyway. Don't know if that's broken up by checkpoint, but it might be. Not having seen the clear time on it yet, so we could have quite some ways to go. But we'll make what we can of it. Hit this. Oh, tried to do the up pipe entry and I was a little too far to the left. After the up pipe entry, it looks like it's probably a ground pound, maybe? Down to the Piranha Plant? If I'm looking at the coin trail, that seems to be the case. Might be a ground pound cancel. We'll try to make it past that pipe above the Pokey, and that'll be my benchmark for now, perhaps. Nope, missed. No, that's okay, we've figured out a number of things. Very early into this level, though. Very early indeed. Nope. Bad bounce there. Couldn't quite get enough height on that. Yeah, it will definitely need to be ground pound cancelled if I'm going down to the Piranha, the bottom of the coin trail, because of course there will be a spike block directly underneath it, precluding me from trying to cut through it directly. Too close to the spikes there. Okay, I missed the on-off switch. So I missed something. Yeah, because I'm carrying the crate the whole time and I didn't actually see what the crate was for. And I missed an on-off switch in that segment. That was, however, a pretty significant amount of new material to look at, so... Nope, missed the on-off switch once again. I actually don't know what missing that on-off switch has done in terms of what it prevented or what it messed up along the way. There wasn't really enough time to read any of that, given that we're at that point just going from one P block to the next. Markers do get a little bit noisy in the central section, so... I mean, they're necessarily there, but there's enough going on that... there's quite a lot to kind of pull out of the visual field. There we go. Up pipe, nope, that's a miss. So yeah, it's on the right side here that when we do the ground pound cancel, we pick up the crate. And then we have the series of bounces there that hopefully takes me to the on-off switch that we kept on missing. It's always the vertical pipe entries that are, I think, the biggest risk factor here. Nope, that was a bad move. I did not mean to do the wall jump there. Still don't really see what that next on-off switch gets me. And why it's required. Because we seem to proceed quite a ways without it. But of course I didn't get much of an opportunity to read what was going on with my surroundings there. We'll just have to find out when we hit that switch. If we get far enough to hit that switch. Oh, curse of the vertical pipes once again. And there we go. I feel like I was not supposed to take the hit there. And needed to get enough of a bounce to go up the vertical pipe there, and then... Yeah, I think I veered a little too far to the left after grabbing the mushroom and took a hit unnecessarily. But we'll see. So far I don't know what the mushroom is for. It seems like there would be some kind of required hit with it at some point, perhaps. Given that I don't see that it's giving me any additional power that I require. But we really don't know enough about that location to say anything with certainty yet at this point. And I keep missing the vertical pipes. Even just from being slightly off-center. Well, this might be a good candidate for me to pick up on the continuation stream. If we do one later in a week. I was planning to put one together anyway, as I was saying about Supernova's level much earlier, since we learned the whole thing. I just needed to stitch it together. This has been a fun one so far, so definitely a good candidate for that. So yeah, once again, the on-off switch is going to do that quick blink to reactivate. We'll see what that actually gets us. Maybe it was just there as a target to hit along the way, but as I said, currently I just don't know what that affects, what it opens up, why the hit is necessary. And we'll have to find that out. Alright, we'll only have a little bit more time to push through this, I think. But yeah, missed. That's the furthest we've been. Having died at Atlas vertical pipes a few times previously. Yeah, the P-blocks give you spots to aim for, but of course they are kind of partly disguised by the elements that you're actually interacting with, so sometimes it does take a moment for me to figure out the location we're aiming for next, given that we're looking at a couple of different overlapping elements at once, but we're sorting it out. And yeah, CD-ROM, if you might re-upload. I'll have to jot down your maker code at least then, in case we kind of go back to this level on a newer version later in the week. Hopefully it's been a useful playtest so far. Yeah, that first shell is going a bit smoother now, at least. And yeah, coming out of that pipe that I just died on, I've had a few issues with facing left and damaging myself in the process, but that may just be a bad habit on my part when we drop out like that. At this point, we still don't know what the crate is for. Oops. And yeah, this shell, this first shell here, that's the shell we were talking about. Did take me a few attempts to sort out. Just because it is such an aggressive pullback where, you know, you have to lean into the landing. But you do need to pull back pretty aggressively too. The question block. I mean, you know, some of the trouble I had reading that was probably because it's very tempting to just give up on that being the route if you aren't confident that pulling back that hard after the shell is the right thing to do, but eventually we got there just from lack of alternatives. So, hit this, hit this. It's pretty satisfying to get the Goomba when you do hit that, of course. Oh, facing the wrong way. Yeah, we'll try to get at least one decent run in here, since you're likely to re-upload anyway. And as I said, we may need to pick this up later in the week, because it has been pretty satisfying to get through so far, for sure. Very quick, very dynamic. Yeah, maybe just one more deep attempt and I may have to call it for today. Oh, nope. Missed the cancel. Late on the cancel, perhaps. Well, let's see. Whoa, that was way off coming out of that pipe. I knew I was facing the wrong direction and I just adjusted poorly to correct for that. Yeah, because the one column ground pound there is very obviously the right thing to do, but certainly feels very claustrophobic when I get there, particularly if I'm being incautious about my facing direction. Knowing that it does matter for the great pickup down below, by the looks of it. Yeah. Oh, I actually kind of landed on the side of the crate that time. That was a precision moment, a totally unintended one. Yeah, it almost feels like the question block just needs to be like a block to the right. Assuming it doesn't break too much else. I mean, like relative to the shell, of course. Whoops. Yeah, you kind of need to be tall at that point. If you're not tall, I don't think you can reach that pipe. That may be the thing I'm running into there, that I'm not supposed to take damage at that point. And that I was wondering what the mushroom gets me. Well, it gets me height. That's very important there. Hey, it's a new record. And you've already taken it down. Okay. Can't progress until you're this tall. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Thank you for that, CD-REM. CD-REM, if you do eventually get a re-upload, or even if you have your maker code, I do recommend either DMing me with it or dumping it in a Discord, or just coming back to viewer levels next week. It did look very cool. And it is now gone. And welcome, Morpha. Hope your streaming has been going well on your side as well lately. So yeah, I'd love to pick that one up. Hopefully we don't bump you all the way this late in the stream next week, although sometimes the queue just kind of piles up on me like that. Alright, we'll do one last check for Insokan, but we're pretty late in the stream at this point, so if there's no check-in, I'll be quite glad to just call it for the day and send you folks on to something else. But yeah, fun submissions today. We'll definitely try to do some kind of makeup stream, as I said before, and then I've got some other content I want to cover that's not just Mario Maker, and we'll hopefully be able to fit some of that into our schedule for the remainder of May and going into June. But we'll have more to announce about that later, I hope. Because I've just got a backlog to get through at this point. Anyway, in the absence of a check-in, let's scan around for a raid and say thanks for watching. And thanks again for all the submissions from people who waited very, very patiently to be played today. We got through some things in the end. Not very many, but some. Anyway, I have a pretty decent idea of who we're going to send you on to. So, stick around if you want to join the raid. And as always, have a great weekend, happy making, happy playing. Fare thee well.